All right. Good evening and welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting for May 6th. I will call this meeting to order at 5:31. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. Public comments regarding closed session. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments on closed session agenda items?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Mr. Pinckney, can you please read the items for discussion in closed session this evening?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with real property negotiators. The property is described in the agenda. The agency negotiator is City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs or her designee. The negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential lessor and Hope and Spokes Brewing LLC as potential lessee. And then item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that is in the Paula Ann Wright versus City of Beaumont matter.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, and we're back from closed session. We're into regular session for May 6th. I'll call this portion to order at 6:06 PM. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Here.
Mayor Laura.
Here. Mr. Pinckney, can you please report out of closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with real property negotiators, the agency negotiator, city manager, the negotiating parties, City of Beaumont as potential lessor, and Hops and Spokes Brewing LLC as a potential lessee. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B2 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that was in the Paula Ann Wright versus City of Beaumont matter. There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you very much. This evening, we have invocation by Pastor Dave Hawley and Pledge of Allegiance by Mayor Pro Tem Voigt. Please rise.
Thank you very much. If you'd bow with me and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for the business that's about to take place. We pray that you would guide and direct the words that are said, that they would be uplifting, that they would benefit everyone here in the city of Beaumont, and that they would be glorifying to you. So, Father, may tonight's evening go smoothly and productively in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me for the pledge of allegiance. Ready? Begin.
Thank you. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda, Nicole? Seeing none, any conflicts of interest for disclosure?
Mayor, I will be recusing myself for item J3. As previously mentioned, my husband does have some affiliation with Riverside County, and out of an abundance of caution, we will recuse ourselves for that one.
Yes, we did. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's J2? J3, thank you. Okay, so with that, brings us to announcements, recognition, and proclamations. Item E1, the new Beaumont fire engine, presentation by Battalion Chief Voigt. Sounds familiar?
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Today, we have received delivery of your new fire engine that we have purchased here with the City of Beaumont. It has arrived and getting outfitted currently right now. It is sitting outside, and we're thrilled to show you around it.
Nice. All right, so what we'll do is we'll go out for about 10 minutes and take a trip around the vehicle. Kick the tires, as it were. Take some photos, please.
June 11th.
I don't know if they are or not.
All right. Well, that was exciting and a nice milestone to celebrate. That brings us to item E2, Baker to Vegas report out, presentation by Sergeant Clark. Looks like you're on your own, sir. Evening.
That's it? Okay. Good evening. My name is Jake. I'm a sergeant with the Beaumont Police Department and proud captain of our 2025 Team Beaumont Baker to Vegas team. My co-captain this year was executive assistant to the city manager, Shannon Doyle. I don't think she's here tonight. On April 5th, Team Beaumont participated in a prestigious 120-mile relay race from Baker, California to Las Vegas, Nevada. The race starts just outside of Baker and runs through the desert of Shoshone to Pahrump and over Rainbow Mountain into Las Vegas. Runners face harsh conditions, including desert heat, windstorms, freezing temperatures, and intense hill climbs. Police departments from all over the world attend this event, including Australian police forces, Royal Canadian Mounted Cavalry, and South American police forces. This race began in 1985 with just 19 teams participating, and this year 243 teams registered to run. The purpose of this race was to improve physical fitness and promote camaraderie within police agencies. Fortunately, we have a committed city with committed employees that have a desire to improve their own physical fitness and join the police department in building camaraderie. Personnel from City Hall, from Human Resources, Office of the City Manager, Public Works to Economic Development, PIO, Analysts, and IT Group ran 7 of the 20 legs, some of which were the most difficult. From the Beaumont Police Department, we had community service officers, dispatchers, police officers, corporals, and sergeants run the remaining 13 legs. We finished the 120-mile race in 19 hours and 58 minutes. Although our time was 28 minutes longer than last year, the harsh winds forced all teams into slower times, bumping our overall ranking up 20 points from Team 229 to Team 209. This event would not be possible without the support from the city and the generous business owners within. We'd like to give thanks to the Beaumont Police Officers Association, MBE Construction, AMPM, Chevron, Class Axe Auto Body, Beaumont Safe and Lock, Diamond Chevrolet and Banning, NutriShop, Toscanos, our own city manager, Ms. Gibbs, and last but not least, the city of Beaumont. Without the continued support from the city and the businesses, this team building event would not be possible. The commitment from the city and the personnel breaks down the barriers between departments and makes our city working environment very cohesive. In closing, I need to thank the people involved in this event, including the runners, some of which are here today, Julie, Carrie, Eric, Mr. Vestal. I think that's it in here today. Oh, and Kyle in the back room, and ran as well. But the toughest jobs were the volunteers that volunteered for this event. From an officer that stood at a post for more than 10 hours, two dispatchers and a retired Beaumont sergeant who sat in a follow vehicle for 10 hours, and the relatives of the runners who assisted. This event would not have been possible without their dedication. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, item E2, city website refresh preview, presentation by Julie Van Hook.
Good evening, Council. Tonight I'm here to present the redesign of our city's official website with a special preview of our new homepage, and you should see that there on your screen now. This effort comes after a few years of feedback that our site was hard to navigate, cluttered, and contained some outdated information. And to address that, we formed a website committee, and they're here today to help demo the site, composed of city staff, analysts, and our partners at Civic Plus. Together, we focused on creating an intuitive, mobile-first experience that works well across departments and reflects how residents actually use the site, And I'm going to dive into that just slightly. So we didn't just arbitrarily make some decisions. We reviewed real-time data, including page reviews, engagement, mobile usage, which makes up the majority of our visits, and time on a page to guide every decision. We are currently in the process of decluttering and updating outdated content, fixing some broken links, and have restructured the website so top services like trash, public safety, and permits are now just a click or two away. And then importantly, which was important specifically for me as we have an adaptive website for the public, the new design emphasizes flexibility. And so we intentionally avoided kind of baked-in features, which we had in our current website. And so that kind of is a rigid layout. And so this site will actually evolve with our needs. And so that could be new services, emergency updates, or seasonal events that we want to feature. And so we tried really hard to avoid that kind of baked-in features. We're also exploring new tools like a chatbot, and so we'll be launching that soon, it's good, right? That's expected, and that will help improve service and have a smarter search. So as we demo the site tonight, I hope you see a website that better serves our community and engages the public. And so I'm going to call our website committee up, and so they're going to help us demo. And tonight, starting off, we're going to have our WRCOG fellow, Princess Cunanan, and our grants analyst, Brittany Navis, who will cover the new site map. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Brittany Novis, your grants analyst. So to start us off, I wanted to go over the header of the site. We developed this based off of some studies, as well as with the simple fact that as we are conditioned to read, we read from left to right, and therefore we should organize information in the same manner. So on our left, we have our icon, and then you go through our mega menu, which Princess will cover in a second, leaving the real estate on the top right-hand corner for important secondary links. So we wanted to use this space meaningfully for those who might come to the site, maybe not to engage with our website in its entirety and navigate all the way through it, but need those quick links to do their bid on RFP, or submit RFPs and bids, as well as maybe apply for jobs, and of course follow us on our social medias. And then if you look slightly down, you'll see the iconic photo of our beautiful mountains. This we wanted to ensure was an image that was captivating to the viewer but didn't take up too much space. So you'll see that you're able to still see the rest of the page and navigate through it. And this can also be swapped out simply with photos of current events that are happening or coming up, or even video footage of events. So that'll be exciting to see what we're able to put through. And Princess can go over our mega menu.
So in creating the navigation menu, we sort of reviewed other city websites and kind of compared it to our own. And based on the input from city staff and our website analytics of our top 25 pages, we sort of reorganized to suit our community's needs in the fewest amount of clicks. And so as you'll see on our live site, we have 5 categories. Under community, we'll have residents, businesses, and visitors. Under government, we have our boards and commissions and our city reps. We have programs and services, which includes often searched items such as animal services and permits, events and attractions, which also includes 3 of our events that appeared on our top 20 pages, as well as Beaumont Nights that appeared in our top 10. And lastly, departments.
Thank you, Princess and Brittany. Good evening, Council. I'm Leslie Pelayo. I'm the Transit Management Analyst, and I'm going to be going over the new graphic icons and picture tiles. So as Julie mentioned earlier, one of our main goals with this redesign was to make navigation easier based on how people actually use it. So these icons here, they're based on our most clicked sites. So we did use analytics for this. So people are using it to pay their bill and to find the bus. And these new picture tiles here, this is a new feature that's actually not on the current website. If you hover over them, you can see that we have some photos behind here. And these are meant to spotlight key topics like city projects, how to start a business, our parks, the police department's website, agendas, and of course, our transparency portal. So main goal with this is to help people explore what's going on in the city and quickly find what matters most to them. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Eric for the newsflash section.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So Eric Guzman, HR Risk Analyst. So I'm going to talk about the newly upgraded City Spotlight. We've now labeled it Newsflash to make it more appealing and more inclusive of all city events and city news. So we kept the same carousel function. The difference this time around is that the user can decide whether to put it in a article with a visual, or it can switch to just the wording. So it's a little bit more interactive for the user. And a big change here is that we now have a 4-article. We now shows 4 article versus 3 in the past. And again, it is in a carousel function. There is an aspect ratio that seems a little off here. As you can see, it's a little cut off, but we're handling that in the back end. When we go live, it will not be cut off. So this will be fixed when we do go live. And lastly, I want to talk about the calendar. The calendar, for the sake of familiarity with the user, we're keeping it the same. There isn't much change here, so it is the same calendar that you all know and love. Next up, we'll go into council resources.
So this is a new section for our city website. It goes over council resources, and it features our council members' pages along with their contact information. And it sort of allows our community to access essential info with ease through hosting things such as quick links, which can host our transparency portal, our city magazine, and our strategic plan. And it also has the capability for video footage, which can host recent council meetings or our latest event highlights.
All right, and then lastly, just to kind of close us out here, we have the footer of our website. This section serves 2 purposes. One is that it's an industry standard that if you are looking for how to contact a business or their hours, that you scroll straight to the bottom. That's naturally where we're all conditioned to go through navigating various sites, whether they're local government or even commercial. And then the second item is to provide quick links. Perhaps somebody has navigated through the website and didn't quite find what they were looking for. This is an opportunity for them to say, oh, I actually just wanted to look at construction projects and didn't maybe know where to go from the navigation up top. And lastly, we have that one last spot where we can put our social media links. Again, if they didn't maybe notice it at the top, then they can follow us and see all the happenings in Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Council, that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions or feedback.
Thank you very much. Councilmember
I
Martinez?
just had one question. One of the parts they had, it looks like a link connected to the, like your Melrose. Is that one of those because we have something that calculates, does that link to that? A calculator?
It should, yeah, that
Okay.
should be the intention behind it.
I know that was not so much as big as it used to be as far as people wanting
It's on the
to know
carousel.
that.
Well, it's here too, under residents too. Is that what you were speaking of?
Yeah, well, it was higher, it was right before this, before this.
It was in where they showed the 4 different things.
Oh, yeah. Right, and so this did take a snapshot. Yeah, it's probably still on our
there
website.
it
So it
is.
just captured our website one moment in time as they brought stuff over so that we can build the refresh or the facelift. Yes,
Is the calculator on that link?
it should be.
Okay.
I could click on this. It's going to go to our
Well, I
original
just
website.
wanna- so I
It
can-
should be. Yeah, usually when I post it in the spotlight, I have
Okay.
all that information.
Yeah, and I like the
Yeah.
way it kind of sticks out like that.
And so the chatbot feature I did speak of, there could be one component of it that we can populate like highly asked items. And so what is my CFD Melrose tax could be one of those. So not only do we have it, under community, which they should find it from the top, that's how it's supposed to be designed. If not, they'll see it in the news flash. And if they go to the chatbot, because maybe that's, their how they navigate the website, it'll be there too. So, and that's the purpose, right? Redundancy, but also 1 to 2 clicks away from what they need. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember White?
This is not the actual website at this point, correct?
Correct. It's just a face of the homepage.
Okay. So when do you think it'll be deployed?
So it should be deployed on July 22nd, but they have promised that they will do it ahead if they have the schedule,
Okay.
the availability to do so.
It looks great.
Yeah.
It really
Good.
does.
Good.
I don't know why I'm typing in your link there and I was able to get the website to pull up, and now when I type in that link, it brings up Beaumont Unified School District.
Oh, I'll have to
So
look
I
into
don't, I'm,
Maybe there
it's probably user error, but.
Good.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. I like the layout and the color scheme on it too. It looks really nice, and I even borrowed the background for my Zoom, so.
Oh, good, right.
I was like, where's that?
It should be our
Welcome to
signature
Beaumont.
image. Yeah. And so we spoke about some, removing, getting away from baked-in items. So there's so many components on here that allow us to continue to engage and adapt. So it'll be a nice website for us for the next few years, yeah.
And so my comment is back to the CFD search.
Yeah.
When you get to the landing page of the search tool, there's a link that's now on the current page that says Stacks Property Finder.
Yeah.
I don't think people really know what that means.
Sure. No, you're
And
right.
so if some extra thought can be put to that so they know, here's the search tool, click here. I mean, maybe not quite that obvious, but something to that extent where it's renaming it, because I understand what it's called.
Right.
But the public doesn't understand when they're thinking CFD and Melrose and then they read the word stacks, they're like, what's that?
Right,
You know,
right.
so-
And we are reviewing our content, right, completely through and through. So that is a process we're going to continue to do even beyond, right, the go live. Yeah, but I'll look at that
And I
for
really
sure.
like how quickly you can find the information on the agendas, for the different committees and so forth. It's right there. So
Good.
I like that. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, thank you guys for your work on this. I think it's awesome to see it refreshed and updated. Along with the chat option, is there an option for public safety? So questions for police and fire, is that built into it? I don't think that's currently on our website now, is it?
Okay.
I don't know,
Like
something to
a-
consider.
Like, I know there's information on there, like if it's an emergency call, 911,
Right.
this, and then there's a component there's what is that, an interface screen with the report a problem that says,
Yeah.
for police to call this number. But we can make sure we integrate it into
Yeah,
the
just
chat
maybe
bot.
something to
Yeah.
add on there for
Yeah.
information.
Well, it looks great. Does that impact or affect the app at all? Just the view or the
shouldn't.
look of the city app, or does that change?
No, they're
Okay.
two different vendors too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Julie. Appreciate that.
thanks.
Thank you, team. That brings us to the public comment period for items not on the agenda. Any one person may address city council on any matter not on this agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Nicole, do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, brings us to the consent calendar. Are there any items the council wishes to pull for consent? Or, yes,
Yeah, I'd like to pull G8.
G8. The only item? Do we have a motion to approve the balance?
Mayor, if there's nothing further to pull, I will move to approve items G1 through G7 and items G9 through G14.
I'll second that.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Okay, brings us to item G8. Let me get-
You know, I don't really need a staff report, but I sort of wanted to get a summary of what's new with this, the new financial policy updates. I started going to the links to the pages, and I just realized it was taking me a lot longer than just asking you for a quick summary. So.
Yeah, absolutely. The changes are, a lot of them are just very minor. They consist of updates to the budget goals. There's minor language changes on the capital and other asset plans policy. That's page 28 and 29 of the actual policy document. And then capital improvement policies, which is also on page 64, 65, and 66. What we did when we updated these policies is we did give this out to other departments to take a look and see if there's any changes and updates that we needed. So we did have Public Works that did help out with that, and they had some requested changes on these as well. So that's why you'll see a couple changes in the capital improvement policies. We also updated on page 87, the purchasing and contract table. We did a refresh of the table. The table we had before didn't have the best information, and people were getting very confused with that. So this is a very detailed table as far as, you know, when you're purchasing goods, services, or professional services, those types of things, because the criteria is different. So then we also changed, we've added the verbiage of the ordinance in there as well regarding the purchasing policy. We added some language on responsibilities of approvals for the grants policy. And then we also added language in the deposit-based funds policy. And that was at the request of Public Works, because the first original document kind of didn't include that department, so we added language that they wanted to that. So those were the changes to the financial policies for 2025.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need. If there are no other questions, I'll go ahead and move to approve item G8.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item H, Youth Council reports.
None today, Mayor.
No report today. Okay, this brings us to item I for public hearings. We have staff report for item I1 by Mr. Gus Romo.
Yes, I'm going to have our Associate Planner, Ms. Jillian, present this to you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. Tonight I'm presenting an appeal of the Planning Commission action related to Plot Plan PP 2023-0591, also known as the Aegis Apartments project located at 1360 East 6th Street. The proposed project is to construct a 2-story, 15-unit multifamily apartment building to include open space, a tot lot, and associated improvements. The site is approximately 0.68 acres and is currently vacant in the 6th Street mixed-use zone, residential zone, where multifamily housing is permitted and subject to plot plan approval. On March 26, 2025, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the plot plan 5-0. During deliberation, the applicant requested the removal of condition number 86, which requires all utilities along the project boundary to be placed underground or relocated for safety and consistency with the Municipal Code Section 12.18.030. The condition is standard and consistently applied throughout the city. The Commission supported a potential waiver for the West Utility Pole contingent on the eligibility and staff confirmation. Following the Planning Commission meeting, staff conducted further review and Public Works determined that a waiver has the exact same requirements as an exempt project under Section 12.18.080, which is to pay an in lieu fee. Therefore, the request for a waiver is a moot point since the result of the waiver are the same as the exempt project. The project is currently exempt under 12.18.070G. This exemption allows the applicant to pay an in lieu fee of undergrounding the poles. As part of this exemption, the applicant shall obtain a written statement of the unit price for undergrounding the required utility lines from the applicable utility companies serving the area, and submit it to the city for determination of the amount of the in lieu fee. The applicant filed an appeal asking the City Council to waive Condition 86 and allow the west power pole to remain overhead. The appeal cites several reasons, including that the Planning Commission has discretion to recommend a waiver. The west pole may be exempt under Beaumont Municipal Code 12.18.16, and the developer is willing to pay an in lieu fee based on 16 linear feet of $400 per feet, totaling $6,400. The staff has consistently required undergrounding throughout the project review since 2022. And the timeline of repeated staff comments from DRC, emails, and plan checks have been provided in the staff report. There are claims cited in the staff report and are as follows with staff's response. Claim: the Planning Commission approved the waiver. Staff's response: the Commission supported the waiver conditionally. As stated, this is a moot point. The claim as an in lieu fee of $6,400 is fair. Staff's response is per the code, the applicant shall provide a cost estimate. No cost estimate has been provided. City staff provided the cost of relocating the pole to the property line and a unit cost of undergrounding the overhead lines if the project was a city-led project. Staff relayed this cost to the applicant for reference, but requested a quote on several occasions, including March 11th, March 25th, March 28th, March 31st, and May 5th. Last claim: the code section for undergrounding utilities was not in effect at the time of the submittal. Our response is the previous code did not permit in lieu fees or any exemptions beyond the less than 34 kV, and the submittal of an application does not freeze applicable codes. Compliance options for the applicant is to pay in lieu fee for full undergrounding subject to cost estimate review. Number 2, a partial undergrounding with the in lieu fee remaining poles also requires an estimate. Or 3, full undergrounding of all overhead lines and poles along the property frontage. These options were previously communicated to the applicant and remain available. At this time, staff recommends the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's decision and maintain the condition of approval while allowing the applicant to proceed with one of the 3 compliance paths provided to satisfy the underground condition in accordance to the City Code. That concludes my presentation, and staff's available for any questions.
Thank you very much. So before I open the public hearing, we have Mr., is it Catanzarite?
Yes, thank you, Catanzarite.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Catanzarite, we're doing this via Zoom. We're going to go ahead and allow you to present your portion of it. How much time would you need to do that, sir?
I would say 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, but I have Mr. Kelly to address a couple of issues as well as Mr. Moore, both of whom have worked on the project. Mr. Moore has worked on the project since inception. Mr. Kelly was brought in to try to address the issue raised by planning that we needed to get a quote to submit to support the in lieu fee. That is, I would imagine they'd need maybe 5 minutes each to follow up on those issues.
Okay. So about 20 minutes to present on your side is what we'll do. And so in an effort to stay on track, Nicole, can you please set the timer for me when we begin the presentation?
Mayor, could I ask a clarifying question from staff report
please.
before we hear the applicant's response? I'm trying to understand if you could just explain more in detail the exempt process. What are they exempt from? I mean, I'm looking through the staff report and I'm not sure that I understand why it's a moot point because they are exempt. So if you could just...
Yeah, I could address that.
Okay.
So under the current code, there are 8 exemptions for undergrounding power poles. 7 of those are exempt, that provide an outright exemption, how you would interpret the word exempt. The 8th one, and the one that this project falls under, is exempt in the fact that they don't necessarily have to underground the pole. Their exemption is qualified by the fact that their project is less than 300 linear feet in width, which allows city council to permit them to pay an in lieu fee instead of directly undergrounding the power poles. It's the only exemption that has that in lieu fee tagged on to it.
Okay, so the other 7 don't even require the fee in lieu, is what you're saying?
That is correct, and they're more geared towards single-family residential in other situations, unfortunately, that this project doesn't qualify for.
And just for a refresher reminder, we moved the ordinance to require the undergrounding of the utility poles. Was that a state requirement that we do that?
No. It is in line with the majority of cities surrounding us in Southern California, but it is elective procedure by the council.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So I will go ahead and open the hearing at 6:50.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. The issue here is one of practicality and cost and predictability. We have worked on this project for quite a while, and we were told that you need to get us a quote to develop an in lieu fee, or you need to underground the pole. Firstly, you can't underground the pole because the pole is one pole on our property, and the next pole is on another owner's property. That owner would not accept us moving the pole 1 foot onto his property for logical reasons, because then later, if there's a district established, they would be stuck with an additional pole on their property. So that was out. They were unwilling to do that. So the next step we're to find or obtain a quote from Southern California Edison, which has custody of the pole and works on the pole, in order to apply for an in lieu fee. And mind you, we did raise with Planning Commission this issue. It went on for 10 or 15 minutes without anyone really objecting to the fact that it's impossible to get a quote from Southern California Edison for a project that is not going to be undertaken, which is precisely what's up here. So the city's ordinance requires someone to obtain a quote for an in lieu fee when they're not going to be moving the pole, and in this case, cannot move the pole. Now, I think we'd all agree it'd be pretty dumb to move a pole 10 feet or 11 feet on our property for purposes of moving within the 5 feet from the property line in order to, shall we say, move a pole and underground 10 feet of wire to that pole at a cost of $206,000 or well over $100,000. Makes no sense. So we tried to develop an in lieu fee. We told planning that, look, we will adopt your line charge of $4 a linear foot. The response was, well, no, you've got that wrong. Our understanding, and believe me, we've seen nothing to support this, is that, well, really, what you need to do is you need to find a quote to take the pole down and to underground the line, 16 feet of line on your property. But that doesn't work either, because the 4 feet, the $4 per foot, 400, I'm sorry, forgive me, if I said $4, I meant $400. So that would be it. There wouldn't be much of a complaint if you could do it for $4 a linear foot. So what we did was we went and we found a report, which we identify in both our appeal and support it with calculations in our reply to show really what's being demanded here. The staff has not provided any support for $200,000 to move one pole. The $400 per linear feet appears to be within the range of the published data that we obtained and provided on underground conversion costs, which appears at in our reply brief, it appears on page 3 at item C. So what we did is test sort of the reasonableness of this, of the position advanced by staff. Staff, if you use staff's numbers, we could pay an in lieu fee of $206,000 for a pole to be moved 16 feet and wire to be moved 16 feet. Well, that's $12,900 per lineal foot. And that's item, in our reply, item 1A. And I understand each of you received a copy of the May 5, 2025 letter. The city staff indicated they would see to it that everyone had that letter for summary of these numbers. So then we tested, well, certainly that makes no sense. So we tested, does the city's quote of $200,000 to move the pole, a single pole, and $400 a linear foot, does that fall within what are the published guidelines by Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison? Does it fall within the PUC reporting guidelines of those utilities? And the answer is it doesn't. The guidelines described on C page of our letter, page 3, section C, states that there's a range between well, they say it cost is 1.8 million to 6.1 million per mile, which is $341, $341 per foot on the low side, and $1,155 per foot on the high side. Using the city's math for undergrounding 16 poles at 200,000, we then tested that, and the city is quoting a $2,071 per lineal foot in lieu fee. We say that's too high. It's clearly way beyond the published guidelines, and they don't have a quote either for either moving a single pole or moving 16 poles or undergrounding 1,915 feet of wire. Then we tested, what if we took the published data of the low and the high of the published data of PG&E and Southern California Edison? And so we took the published data, and we took the average of the published data, which is reflected on page 4, is $748 a lineal foot. And we say, okay, we'll pay that lineal fee. Certainly your 400 a foot was within the 341 to 1155. We'll pay 748. We'll pay 11,970 for the 16 feet. The answer was no again. Now, if you summarize in the table at D of the reply, you'll see that the city's quotes for in lieu fees, which we can't get, because we can't get an estimate from Southern California Edison, which is in charge of the pole. We can't get an estimate. So we said, okay, we'll pay this. They insist that we get an estimate, which we can't get, and they insist that we pay a rate that is obviously way above what is an obvious proxy for an in lieu fee for a specific quote that we can't get, which is the published data of PG&E and SCE. I'll be short on this. I think the city put the statute to the code together. We understand its purpose, but if you can't get the quote, then why not simply use the proxy of the published data, take the average rate, it's certainly not a complex pole to underground, and allow the in lieu fee to be paid per foot on that. That's what we're asking for. So I ask that Mr. Kelly, who is our expert on the subject and a consultant on a number of our projects, he's a former SCE exec, and he can tell you about this problem with the poles, if he could take 5 minutes and do so, please.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Ken. Well, just by way of background, because you don't know me, I retired after 38 years with Southern California Edison. Along the way, I was the company's chief engineer, and then I was promoted to be the senior vice president of transmission and distribution. So I was responsible for Edison's 50,000 square mile transmission and distribution system, had 8,400 employees, $3 billion annual budget. I retired from that position, and since that time, I've run a boutique consulting firm that I chair, and we've consulted for, I think, 15 of the top 25 electric utilities in America on the design, operation, and maintenance of their grid. So I've been doing this for 45 years approximately. And so Ken asked me two questions. One, is there any way to get a quote for a project that is not actually going forward from Edison? And the answer is no, we don't do that. Occasionally, they'll do it for a city or a county, but they will not do it for an individual developer. You actually have to submit a request for an actual project, pay deposit fees, engineering fees, and so forth before you can get a quote. And the reason they do that is you don't really need a quote from the utility directly. You do it through the data they publish by law every year. They do what's called a unit cost guide, which is reviewed by the California Public Utilities Commission. And then the Public Utilities Commission themselves synthesizes that data and puts it out on their website. So these are all publicly available. You can call them up on the web very easily with a Google search. And if you look at those, what you find is that and I've undergrounded, I was responsible for 120,000 miles of distribution line. I've undergrounded hundreds of miles in the last 10 years. Typically, the cost range in the real world is from about $350 per foot for a very simple area where you're trenching dirt. You don't need a road closure. You don't have to cut a lot of concrete, all the way up to over $1,000 for complex, dense areas. For example, I'm doing a project right now in Newport Beach on Balboa Island, which is rated as one of the densest urban areas in all of Southern California. And because you need road closures, traffic control, concrete cutting and restoration, specialized equipment, that one's going about $900 a foot. Now, those quotes, which you can look up, represent all the costs associated with undergrounding. So trenching, conduit, substructures, which means vaults and handholds, cable, connections, meter panel modifications where the lines contact the customers, cutover work from overhead to underground, and the removal of all overhead service and poles and restoration of those holes properly backfilled. So those figures that I've given you, 350-ish to 1,000-ish, which you can get from the public data, are an all-in cost, including removal and restoration. So those were the two questions that Ken asked me, and I wanted to share with you. So, if we looked at an average, the $700 a foot all-in cost is about in line with what PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and the other smaller regulated utilities within California charge to their customers for undergrounding. In 2025, that reflects the latest considerably higher costs in 2025. There's been a lot of escalation in materials and so forth. So those figures have gone up quite a bit this year that I just quoted you.
I can close. I think Jim covered a lot of stuff that Mr. Moore, my partner, would have covered as well. Mr. Moore spoke to Planning Commission at length and explained the difficulty on that record in securing a quote. He was unable to secure a quote absent trying, and that's when we then got Jim involved to see if he could get us a quote. He could not either. So we're not trying to be unreasonable. We simply think that if you can't achieve what the code identifies, that is getting a quote in order to develop an in lieu fee, then the proxy of publicly available data as established by Mr. Kelly's expertise and public record, which I provided, it's quoted and provided as a PUC document, that you allow us to use the in lieu fee of $748 per square foot was the midpoint between the low and the high, absolute low and high from those three public utilities. If you have any questions, we'll answer them. Otherwise, we hope that you will approve the condition as modified with the waiver and allow us to pay the in lieu fee of $11,970 for the 16 feet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Nicole, do we have any other public comments on this item?
I do have one written comment that came in. This is from Jacqueline Smith. It says, "Hello, I believe the Planning Commission's decision should be upheld in the new construction. In that new construction must have all utility poles, wiring, etc. undergrounded. As a lifelong citizen and business operator in Beaumont, we want to attempt to move this city in a positive aesthetic direction. My desire would always be redevelopment first, as opposed to paving over open space, but upholding certain standards is a happy medium. Thank you, Jacqueline Smith." Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so with that, I will close the public comment at 7:04, the public hearing, excuse me, and open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I just need some clarification because there's numbers running around all over the place. So first of all, Robert, I need you to speak to, I guess Robert's the one that's going to be addressing. I need you to speak to how many poles are we talking about? Because looking at this, I see one on the property and then one that looks like on the property, but it was stated it was 4 feet off. So I need that comment on. I also need a comment on the total feet that we're talking about. Because when I look at this, the section from one section to the other is not 16 feet. So I need to know what that means, undergrounding only 16 feet. And then we'll start with the technical.
Sure. So the project has 2 poles within its footprint. The applicant is not contesting undergrounding the pole on the east. That interferes with their project. I think they'd be required to relocate it anyway, so it's in their favor to underground. The applicant is proposing to underground from that pole all the way to the east existing pole, which occurs 16 feet from their westerly boundary. So it's really that pole and the 16 feet of overhead lines that's the applicant is disputing.
So moving it over and then undergrounding 16 feet. So moving this over here and then undergrounding 16 feet on that one side.
Yes.
And then on the other pole that looks like it's on the property, what is the deal with that? Is it is or is not on the property?
The one on the east side?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, it's very close to the PL, but it does occur on the applicant's property.
Okay.
That's the one that they are proposing to underground.
So is it this one?
No.
Screen the far right.
Far.
Okay. And then how about the distance between the other two?
The pole all the way on the left of the screen
Right.
is an off-site pole. The distance there is
Oh,
shown
that's
just for proximity with
Okay.
a possible nexus potentially.
Okay, that was my concern. Okay.
Let me just really quickly clarify 2 things. There are 2 decisions that, as I read through this, that need to be made. The first decision would be based on Municipal Code 12.18.080, which is whether or not, or determining whether or not we are going to require the pole to be undergrounded or the utilities to be undergrounded. That's one waiver that we would discuss. If the decision is to require undergrounding of the utilities, then we would have to look at section 12.18.020, which gives council the discretion of of doing an in lieu fee or having the contractor underground that pole as well. So I just don't want us to get confused. So I just want to make sure that we kind of step through this because there is a lot of information here, and I just want to make sure that we're addressing these items as they come up. Is that correct? There are 2 items, right? Discussion of the undergrounding or requirement, or not, to require or not to require the undergrounding of the pole.
Yeah, the project is exempt from undergrounding with the caveat that if they don't underground under the section G, they would pay an in lieu fee.
Right, so they need to underground the utility because they don't meet the exemptions that are identified in section 12.18.080.
080 is the waiver.
Waiver of requiring the undergrounding utilities?
Yeah, so the result, if planning commission or council granted a waiver, it wouldn't benefit the project because the project is already exempt. And that waiver would just grant them the ability to pay an in lieu fee instead of undergrounding. So the result of the waiver and the result of the exemption that they currently fall under is exactly the same. They have the option or council has the option of allowing an in lieu fee.
Okay.
I'm going to just jump in there. I'm going to point out that it's your discretion whether to allow the applicant to pay an in lieu fee as opposed to underground. Not their discretion, it's your discretion.
Okay. Are we,
I believe, though, that is really the only topic, is whether or not they pay the in lieu fee or not. They already meet the requirement.
It seems from the argument, though, as made by the applicant, that the real issue is the amount of the in lieu fee. I mean, they're conceding the point that they should pay the in lieu fee. It's the linear feet and the amount per linear foot. That really seems to be the crux of the issue here.
Correct.
sorry, go ahead, continue.
And
Councilmember
so
Martinez.
my question is then, usually we ask for a utility assessment form to be done. Was that done?
It was not.
Okay, see, so that's what's kind of throwing me off, is because there's this independent type of research going on before we're following our procedure on what we're trying to do. So, and that concerns me because we have a process when we're trying to go through. And usually you come, you go through the assessment form, that gets the number, and you go from there. So the reference that the city's calculations are coming up to that, I have a question for that, because that's what the form's supposed to do. The form's supposed to get that quote so that we can sit down here and talk about the numbers. But the numbers aren't there yet. Applicant claims one because we can't get the numbers, but I'm wondering how can they not get them if the form hasn't been done? Because isn't that the form's purpose, is to get the number so that we can see what that fee is gonna be?
No, the intent of that form is to identify which utilities are subject to undergrounding and the intent of the applicant, whether they want to pursue any exemption. I'm pulling up the form right now to verify that.
So my question while you're doing that then is, who's responsible for calculating that in lieu fee?
Sure, so per the code, the applicant bears the full burden of of obtaining the unit price. So the applicant has mentioned the California Public Utility Commission. They do advertise those prices, but it's a range. So the city provided $400 per linear foot as a reference in what we have experienced as the city performing similar work. The applicant, unfortunately, just recently in the letter addressed to the city last Friday, provided the range for, as listed in the CPUC. That's where it's really the burden of the applicant to determine and justify which range or where in that range does this project lie.
So the possible dispute then is if the applicant is giving a number to the city, they claim that they've given a number to the city and the city says that's not a good number.
We do not object to the $743 that the applicant is proposing. We have requested it multiple times and we didn't receive it until Friday of last week. Or yesterday, sorry, yesterday. I apologize.
And that's the total of what, 60,000 or so that comes out to be?
No, 11,000.
Oh, 11,000.
Where the numbers, where the dispute, I guess, there's a misunderstanding from the applicant's position and staff's position. Staff's position is the in lieu fee represents what the city would have to expend to perform that same work. So there is a unit cost for undergrounding poles, but in this particular situation, it's not an undergrounding of that pole, it's a relocation of that pole. If the city was to perform this work, we would have to relocate that pole that is on the west property line 16 feet. The distance really is not a factor in the relocation. A relocated pole is just more of a unit cost. The city's cost to relocate a pole is approximately $200,000. However, we have stressed to the applicant that that is our cost, what we would incur as a public agency to relocate that pole, that a quote or a unit price would be better substantiated on their part to develop their cost. So there's 16 feet of overhead lines that we are in agreement with the applicant should be paid at the applicant had suggested $743 per linear foot. We're in agreement with that. But that leaves the city with resolving the power pole. And again, our internal cost estimate is approximately $200,000 to relocate that pole.
And did they get an estimate to do the pole themselves?
They have not provided any cost other than yesterday.
And that kind of is kind of where my focus is, because I don't mind looking at an in lieu fee. But the problem is, if we're really doing what we say we're doing and we're gonna underground, then we're gonna have to do it. And I surely can't put an excessive number on the, city when it's really the responsibility of the applicant going there. So that in lieu fee really has to be genuine in order to cover our costs if we have to do it. So that's my comments.
May I be heard in response?
Yeah, sure, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, yes, it has been precisely, the issue has been precisely identified. It's the pole movement or undergrounding. That's the singular issue. But the dispute has been that numbers we're providing, and I have it quoted directly in my letter, and I can read it into the record, quote, according to PG&E, it's on page 3, the bottom of the page, it's in bold and double underscore. According to PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E, San Diego Gas, the costs of undergrounding overhead distribution infrastructure range between 1.8 million and 6.1 million per mile. Mr. Kelly confirmed all those numbers. These costs represent all costs associated with the undergrounding effort: trenching, conduit, substructures, cabling, and connections, meter, panel modifications, cutover work, and finally, removal from service of poles and wires, end quote. So the disconnect is that every bit of data we have used includes removing the pole and developing a line cost. By the way, so that the city doesn't think it's getting stuck, we tested the city's numbers, and we said, okay, under B on page 2 of the reply brief, we said, okay, even if it's 200,000, which, by the way, if you've not seen his numbers, he just says that's what they are. I'm not saying he's not accurate, but we don't know what type of pole he undergrounded. Maybe he undergrounded the monster pole, that was so high. But there's 16 poles in this, and 1,941 feet. If you applied the numbers that the city gave us, that would be 16 times 200,000 and 400 lineal feet times the 1915, and that would require roughly $4 million divided by the 1,915 feet, and that's at 900, and that's 2,071 feet, dollars per foot. 16 feet is 33,000. Now that has to be our absolute top line number, because respectfully, the city's not going to get stuck. Even if he's right and it's 200,000 a pole, if we hand you a check for 33,136 as an in lieu fee, you have our money, then you can get the money from the rest of the people on the balance of the line. I think that's too high, but to avoid having to spend more time on this, more time and money on this, I'd pay it. So I'll offer to pay it, even though I don't think it's right, just because to get this done. But it's not right because our numbers include the pole. And I would urge you, just take the numbers. If you gave me the highest number from any quoted rate is 1155, that would be a total of $18,480. $18,480. The number of 206,000 is unconscionable, not supported by any record, and it's just improper to do that. That's not the in lieu fee, respectfully.
And Ken, I would note, in support of what Ken said, you know, I'm just an engineer, so I just look at this objectively. As I noted to you, the project we're doing now, which is one of the highest I've done in 40 years. I've done higher in downtown LA and in New York City across Times Square. That was god awful expensive. But in terms of the Balboa Island project right now in Newport Beach, that's about $900 a foot, including removal of all poles, all guy wires, backfilling, and replacement of all cut concrete, which is extensive. Every foot of that is under cut concrete. So, I mean, 900 all in is really a high-end number, much higher than you would spend for undergrounding that whole block in the city of Beaumont. So I've never seen a $200,000 pole removal in my life. I've seen a transmission tower, the big lattice towers on the freeway cost that much, but I've never seen a pole cost that much.
Right, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
I'd like to clarify with council
Member-
if that's all right.
Sure.
So he is right. If you're removing a pole, that per linear foot is accurate. However, in this instance, it's not removing a pole. We are setting a new pole at the property line.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember White?
Yeah, I have a number of thoughts and questions. So first of all, I think somewhere, Robert, you have made this comment that, well, let me back up for a second. So our policy is that the applicant gets a quote for us. And I think you made a comment that the 200,000 is our cost. So what if a applicant comes to you not using, prevailing wages, and their quote for what it would cost them to do it is significantly lower than what it would cost the city to do it? Do we accept how would you address that at that point? Would it be fair to have the applicant give us a quote based on prevailing wages or not?
Yeah, any work in the right-of-way needs to be prevailing wages. So we would have to evaluate the payment system of that particular quote. But in the code, it also references it has to be from the utility purveyor.
Okay, and from my understanding of the record is that the prevailing, the Southern California Edison will not provide them a quote on a project that they can't confirm is going to be completed. But they could provide the city a quote on that, correct?
Yes, that is true. But there are also several published costs that are publicly available to reference that unit cost. The code also the code specifically references a unit cost to make it sure it's not a particular quote. It's just a unit cost.
Okay, and when did we put the ordinance in place? Anyone have a date, a year, month?
February 6th of 2024, the code was updated.
And the pre-application came in April of 2022?
Yes.
And in August of 23, I guess your notes here under Public Works summary is August of 23, all PowerPoints will require undergrounding? Is that accurate?
Yeah, since the very first submittal, Public Works has identified those power poles to be undergrounded.
Before the ordinance was passed?
Yes.
I think when you talk about the staff has determined a project does not meet the requirements for a waiver, the ordinance allows for a waiver only if applicant demonstrates the requirement is impractical and will cause practical difficulties or necessary hardship. And we don't think that that's what this is doing, to charge $200,000 for the poles? That's a question to the rest of the council, not to you, Robert. You know, I think we have to address when we make these kinds of changes, which I think we're going in the right direction. But if you have a project that's already, you know, working with us for a couple years, and then this, you know, if we hadn't passed that, this wouldn't be an issue, or would it still be an issue if we had not passed that ordinance?
It wouldn't be an issue because there was no exemptions under the previous code. That they would be mandated to underground the poles.
Because of our previous code said that you would have to underground the poles.
That is correct. The only exemption under the previous code was if the power lines were over 34,000 kilovolts.
And we had another issue, Mr. Pinckney, regarding another area in the city that resulted in a settlement agreement, correct? Is that public knowledge as far as what the so does it indicate, if I remember correctly, the polls for that project was about just over 200,000 is what we were estimating on that project?
Are you referring to the Brookside Avenue?
Yes.
200,000 was our estimate for those, correct?
Okay, and what's the difference between what we were asking that project to do with the polls and what we're asking this project to do with the polls? And in other words, I think we were looking at that number based on taking the poles, moving them across the street, and then undergrounding the wire.
What was the 200,000 based on, Robert?
That is the city's typical unit cost to relocate a pole. Not undergrounding any utilities, just the pole itself, and distance is really not a factor.
Okay, let me see if that's all I had.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
No, I'm sorry. I said, let me see if
sorry.
that's all I have. There's one other thing. The conversation has come up a couple times about establishing a district. Did I miss something? Are we already working on establishing a district?
There are several districts in existence. They are old. I don't remember the date offhand, but they do not cover this area. We would have to create a new district and assess the properties within that district and formulate a CIP, project to underground these poles.
Okay. And I'll just finish with this. I think that we, as a city, should go to Southern California Edison, if not for this case, but at least future cases, and get a confirmation of the kind of numbers that they're talking about. If we're expecting the applicants to do the same thing and they can't get it, then we should do it and justify our numbers based on what Southern California Edison tells us. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yeah, thank you. I think along the lines of what Councilmember White was asking my question was, why would we be relocating the pole now? Is that because we would have the 16 feet of overhang of that line on that property currently? Or is this something, as alluded to a minute ago, that we would be looking to do a district or gather that information and spread it across the cost? I mean, it seems like if we're doing an in lieu of fee or giving that option, that is what we were thinking moving forward, that we would do that.
Yeah. So if the city were to perform this work, we would have to relocate that pole. We wouldn't be able to underground it. The alternative is we remove that pole and we underground the line all the way to the next pole, which is shown graphically on
The
your
150
image.
feet further, yeah.
Yeah, and we would apply that same unit rate to undergrounding the power lines. And then if that were the case, that would be exclusively the unit rate provided by the applicant for the 150 feet of undergrounding from offsite, plus the 16 feet that occurs on his site.
So it seems like if we're looking at that as our future state, that is what would happen and what would occur, would be that we would be undergrounding, bypassing this pole. Is that fair to say?
I don't think staff has that ability to project out what the project would be. So staff is looking at this project, and if this project was to be constructed, that in lieu fee would include relocating the pole at this time.
So as we said currently, if we allow the in lieu fee to be done, the city would then take on the responsibility of moving the pole. Am I understanding that correctly? Or we would leave it as is?
Yeah, I think that would be a decision that council would have to help staff make in terms of, do we want to move forward with this pole, or do we want to develop a larger CIP for the block?
Right. Because it seems like as this project sits, they're undergrounding the east side of the building, or the property, excuse me. We are then leaving that pole per se. They are undergrounding from, I'm going to call it pole 1 on the right, to pole 2. Pole 2 stays where it's at with its overhead wires to pole 3. So if we are eventually looking for that, then the in lieu works, which seems that if we had this in lieu option, that would be what we were discussing. So as far as it goes for me, I agree that we need to get more concrete numbers. I think this comes up often now from SCE, especially with the Brookside project. I think there's another project that has a discussion about this as well. And so really getting concrete numbers, I think, would be a better option for us. And I would support that. I think that the 743 that the applicant in lieu of seems fair and reasonable to me at this point.
Just to correct, I believe it's 748
Sorry,
in their letter.
748, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. So for staff, we have not had any other examples of anybody requesting the exemption or getting it, just for our first one, right? Okay, all right. Most everything else, my light was on and off because as stuff is being discussed, but I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem on the 748.
Thank you. So I drove this afternoon, and those are the first 2 poles on eastbound on 6th Street that you come to if you're coming from Xenia traveling west. So the fact that we're asking them to be removed, I think, is a good thing, because it start moving that further down makes sense. So to clarify, the undergrounding of the poles has always been a part of the municipal code. The only thing that we made was just a change. So whether we made that change or didn't make the change, this project would still be subject to undergrounding both poles.
That is correct.
Okay. The concern that I have, and what I'm looking at, is we don't have to provide the waiver. That is at council's discretion. And the concern that I have is that we provide a waiver that we don't have good numbers on, then the taxpayer ends up paying to relocate that pole at some future point, because the work always increases in cost. So my preference would be is that we don't do the waiver, and we just have the contractor relocate and underground both poles as a part of their project, which should have been required back in 2022 when the pre-application was done, and is required today. So those are my thoughts on that. Councilmember Martinez?
Well, Mayor, you actually took exactly what I was going to ask. So, I would want a great grant in lieu fee, but since we are disconnected the numbers, then I don't see any reason why we just don't have the applicant required to do the job. If their numbers are claimed to be lower, then they can do that, and just not have the city take the risk of it being higher.
There's a technical problem, council, excuse me, but remember that when you go from overhead to underground or underground to overhead, right, there has to be a place to hang the wire. So the problem is that you can't underground that pole, remove that pole, unless you have a place to go up. And obviously, no developer would find it fair or prudent to have to try to go all the way to the next pole on the other person's property in order to underground, because there's no place else to put it. In other words, if you remove the pole that you saw on the left part of the property, and you could underground right to that point to a vault, but it's got to go up somewhere because the rest of the street is overhead. So obviously, it wouldn't be fair to any developer to say, well, you're gonna pay another 150 feet of underground and charges to go up and underground the neighbor's property. So that's the problem, is that, you know, you can't relocate the pole to the neighbor's property without the neighbor's permission. So you have to put the pole somewhere. Now, if you were to look at Edison's cost to put in a new pole, remove the old pole, switch the wires and appurtenances over, they have a published cost for that too, which is $52,000. That's also published. But, you know, all you do effectively is take a pole, which aesthetically no city likes, and you'd move it over 16 feet and it would still be there. But there's no way to simply underground both of them without undergrounding the next property over as well, because the wire has to come up. Unless you underground the whole street, which is always the best way to improve the aesthetics and safety, of course. But that's a whole different issue, I realize. But there's a technical problem here. There's no place for the wire to go.
So, thank you, Mr. Kelly. So it sounds to me like there's a large cost involved with relocating the pole. 200,000 is what we're saying. Based on the numbers that Mr. I'm sorry,
You
Catanza
can call me Ken, that's okay.
provided is $700 a linear foot to underground. So if you underground from the pole on the left-hand side of the property, 150 foot, that'd be a lot less than $200,000 and would eliminate the issue, would it not?
Let me clarify, there's no dispute, we're going to underground all the way up to that pole that is 16 feet off. There's no dispute there with staff.
Understood, but what we're talking about is removing that pole and then undergrounding 150 feet at $700 would be, what, 100,000?
No, we're only proposing an in lieu fee for 16 feet. We're paying, and we will underground the rest of the wire in front. The wire and that pole goes out, and we underground to the one remaining pole on our property 16 feet from the property line.
Understood.
Mayor, I think we all understand what the applicant is telling us. So if we could just eliminate his discussion at this point and let us continue to discuss, I would appreciate that.
So,
what is this? The 748 that you brought up was to underground the from. What's the 748?
The 748 is in lieu of the 16 feet. So from pole to 16 feet, essentially to the west, which is where their property ends. You know, trying to charge, and I get where the mayor is headed. He's saying 748 from the property line over, so it says 150 feet. So it'd be 166 feet if we were to ask him to pay. But my question is, why would we be asking the developer to pay for the neighbor's property?
And if the neighbor never, or at least in any time next decade or so, decides not to improve his property, then that pole never gets moved, correct?
right. So what I'm getting at is to allow the developer to either relocate the pole to the property line at his cost, or another option, if relocating the pole is too expensive, would be to go underground. Because if relocating the pole is 200,000, going underground 160 feet is going to be 105,000. So you're at half.
And this may be a question for the applicant, even though I said I was tired of hearing from you. Where did you come up with your 33,000 number? How did you?
Yeah, sure, I can tell you that. Okay, that's a fun fact. If you look at my letter of.
Well, I got the 6.1 million, the 1.8 million. Is that what you're using to build your range?
No,
Okay.
no. You asked me where I got the 33,000.
Right.
The 33,000 is using entirely the staff's numbers of 200,000 per pole for all 16 poles, and $400 per lineal foot for 1,915 feet. That's on pages 2 and 3 of the reply brief. That totals $4 million. Your numbers divided by 1,915 feet, which is the line, all of the line, the 16 feet in front of our property and the rest of the properties. And that's, if you divide that out, it's $2,071 per lineal foot. What I said was, as a concession, that if there's concern that, and listen, we wouldn't want the taxpayer to get stuck. We just think you should have better leverage than 200,000 a pole for 16 poles. But to keep the taxpayer from getting stuck and to move our project along, if your numbers are here and that's your numbers today, then we'll pay $2,071 a foot for 16 feet, which is using your numbers, or the staff's numbers, which is a total on page 3 of $33,136. That's where I came up with the number.
Okay, but our numbers, tell me if I'm wrong, staff, our numbers, it's not just the undergrounding of the wire, it's including the replacement of all those poles.
Of just the one.
Well, I'm saying the number he's coming up with, where he's talking about, 16 poles, he used our numbers and calculated that. Did I miss, did I?
I'm not familiar with the 16 poles.
I think he's saying
There's-
underline.
There's 16 poles that would need to be undergrounded and 1,914 feet, 15 feet of wire. So I used your numbers, the staff's numbers. That's $4 million. Divided by the feet, it's 2,000 a foot. So if you're charging an in lieu fee, how could it be more than what you're saying the costs are?
Because, sir, that you're using the number to undergrounding the per foot. You're not taking into account the rest of it as far as the pole.
I sure am. Follow me, please.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
You may be done, but you're wrong. I mean, I'm using your numbers.
I have a motion, sir. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Finn.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give my opinion on the matter. The easterly pole, if that were 17 feet to the west, I'm sorry, the westerly pole, if that were 17 feet to the west, we wouldn't have an issue today. They're on 150 foot, spacing. We have a new project coming in that's going to address the housing shortage. They're going to underground 150 feet of it between the westerly pole and the easterly pole on their property. I have no problem with overhead lines for 16 feet. I understand that, when the time comes, as Mr. White points out, if it ever comes, that, for example, on this hypothetical, if this storage facility decides to demolish it and build something else, that's the time then we would remove those, and then we would address it to the next pole down and so forth to the west. I think it is more than fair that the applicant offered the $33,000 at the high end of just the undergrounding of the wires. That includes removal of the pole in the future, not replacing it. Our big cost is a replacement of the pole. And so I think it would be just fine when that project's finished that easterly pole still, the westerly pole still remain, and then we and lieu fee collect the $33,000, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, that sits in account, will earn some interest, and then is applied to the next project, or if we are to do it. Now, what would happen if the neighbor decides to change that, and then they are responsible for moving it? Do we credit that to that money that we collect to the neighboring project? Or is it forever our funds in case we need to use it, but then I don't want to collect the funds if we never had to expend it?
Those funds would be reserved, protected. Staff and city council would have the option to either allow the neighboring developer to underground that 16 feet that we're dealing with, and then the city would reimburse them from the funds that the applicant were to provide today, if you move forward in that direction. Or the staff could use that well, I'm not sure about staff using that elsewhere. I think that the reimbursing the developer on the later phases is an option for council.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, you said there was a motion. I
I'm
didn't
gonna
hear
make-
it.
I'd
Oh,
like to
okay.
make one. I'm going to make a motion to uphold the planning commission decision, and maintain the condition of approval, and not allow the in lieu of fee, but have the developer pay that himself to relocate the pole to the property line and underground the eastern pole.
I'll second.
Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
No.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Just keep in mind that that pole, if it remains, it will still be on that property. So if the storage facility next door, if does a pole, they have to get permission to relocate a pole or remove a pole on somebody else's property. So creating an issue there. That's why I think it'd be better on the property line. Keep that in mind.
I will move to make, I will make a motion for the applicant to pay the proposed $748 per square foot in lieu of fee.
Can you put a total on that?
Yes, I can. Let me grab it for you. 11,970,
And that's the 748 from,
the applicant.
but I'm saying the 748 is to cover what?
The 16 feet
The
from
748
this
times
pole to this
16.
pole, to the property line,
And still underground the remainder, correct?
on their property, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, would you be willing to modify your motion to the $2,071 a linear foot for the 33,136?
Sure.
All right, I'll second that.
In total?
So for the total of $33,136.
Correct.
I think the motion also has to approve the waiver, basically, is what we're doing, right?
Yes.
Okay, and approve the waiver.
Do we have everything covered in that? Okay.
Have a roll call, please.
You're waiving the undergrounding requirement and having them pay in lieu fee of $33,136, which is the amount that the applicant proposed during his presentation.
Only for the 16 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
I'd like a clarification before. Councilmember Voigt and Councilmember White, you had suggested that city staff firm up our numbers. Do you want us to amend the code to put the burden on the city?
I would think the code could indicate what the cost is ahead,
Transparently.
Yeah, so we get a number and we can update that number on an annual basis. But I think the problem I have is when we are trying to bring in as much development, and especially we need the affordable housing, that we really should be upfront as much as we can as to what the costs are going to be of things like this. Because, maybe if they had known it was going to be 200,000 or whatever a pole, and that's our number, and we put that in the documentation, we wouldn't be having this discussion at this point. It would have been, that's the number, but, so I don't know if I clarified what you asked.
I think it's just direction at this point, and then maybe bring it back for, discussion after you get that.
Code
updates roll call?
Yeah.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember White,
I think we need that number the next time. So yes, I think we should do that. I'll vote yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
No.
So the motion passes.
Okay, that brings us to item I2. Public hearing and consideration of a resolution for the Fifth Amendment to the city's fiscal year 2025-2029 capital improvement plan. Mr. Vestal.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt, I do apologize. I did reference you as council member.
That's what I am. You don't have to apologize.
All right, so on your screen, I just have one slide today. This is the Fifth Amendment to the fiscal year 25 CIP. There are 3 proposed budget changes that affect 4 projects. Staff is proposing to close R25-03 and transfer the full program budget of $150,000 from traffic signal diff to R26-06 Cougar and Beaumont. The additional funds are needed to implement smart technology into the proposed signal upgrade. The remaining 2 budget changes are a budget transfer from fiscal year 24 street rehabilitation to fiscal year 25 street rehabilitation. The fiscal year 24 project is almost complete, and we do not anticipate the need for additional, the remaining budget. Fiscal year 25 project is ready to bid. Staff is also proposing to close 10 CIP projects. The final project closeout has been completed, and the projects are officially ready to be closed and marked off the list. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions.
And Nicole, I'm sorry, it's open the public hearing at 7:48. My apologies. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Then I will close the public hearing at 7:49 and open it up for council discussion.
Mayor, I move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 25 through 29.
I'll second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Brings us to item 3, public hearing, fiscal year 2025-26, 2027-28, short-range transit plan. Ms. Leslie?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
And
I'm going to have Ms. Leslie Palaio.
We'll open the public hearing at 7:50. My apologies.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault.
Keep forgetting about the hearing, huh?
You're good
I'm going to
now.
have Management Analyst Leslie Palaio present to you this evening.
Thank you, Carrie. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I'm here to walk you through the full draft of our short-range transit plan for fiscal years 25/26 through 27/28. This plan lays out our service goals, budgets, and any changes that could impact riders for the upcoming 3 years. You first received Table 4 back on April 1st. That table showed our proposed transit budget for the year. It's now part of this larger document, and since then, we have made a couple of updates. Excuse me. The biggest change is that the $61,500 preventative maintenance project, originally listed under capital, has been moved to operating. This was done to follow grant guidelines and at the direction of RCTC. That funding is going to go toward major repairs and rehab on older buses to help keep them in service longer. And because we do anticipate this type of work to meet the capital threshold, it shouldn't impact our fare box recovery ratio, but it is still included in our overall estimate. As of now, we're projecting a fare box recovery of 15.4% without exemptions and 18.2% with them. Because this includes the state of good repair funding, we expect that number to be a little higher once the year-end audit is done. We also made a adjustment for staffing. So we recently hired a mechanic at a slightly higher salary than originally budgeted. So taking both the preventative maintenance project and the staffing adjustment, the increase to the fiscal year 25/26 operating budget is $63,697. This plan continues to support our main goal, which is providing safe, reliable, and cost-effective transit for Beaumont and the Pass area. And some key highlights for the upcoming year include discounted fares for all riders, a new Youth Ride Free program, 10 free ride days for all riders spread throughout the year, weekly bus cleanings instead of every other week, ongoing tracking of our on-time performance in coordination with nearby agencies, travel training and outreach in the community, and a comprehensive operational analysis to guide future planning. With that, I recommend opening the public hearing and approving the plan for submission to RCTC. I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, so with that, I will close the public hearing at 7:53 and open it up for council discussion. I had one quick question. I saw like 72% of payments are cash. Do we offer like Apple Pay or anything like that, or can we? Are we allowed to do that? or-
So we do have an app where passengers can purchase mobile passes, and on that app, they can use Apple Pay or a credit card, debit card. Yeah. So those results are from our last comprehensive operational analysis from 2020. So the demographics might be a little bit different now, so we are going to address that in that upcoming study.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I think that the Youth Pass is a great opportunity coming from public safety. I think increasing the cleanliness is also an added bonus, so thank you guys for thinking about that. It is Nurses Day, so wash your hands, prevent spread of flu and COVID, so I'll plug that in while we're talking about cleaning of the buses there. But if there's no further discussion, I would move to approve the recommended action.
I will second. Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item I4, public hearing on vacancies to comply with Assembly Bill 2561. Carrie? I will open the public hearing at 7:55.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here to present to you this evening on a new Assembly Bill, not Assembly Billy. Apologies for the typo in there. I was like, I think we must have been thinking about billy goats or something. I'm not sure. I apologize. So it's a new law that was signed into effect last September in response to new transparency requirements, obviously surrounding staffing vacancies. Mandates all public agencies hold at least one public hearing each fiscal year, report on their vacancy levels, hiring and retention efforts, all that wonderful stuff. It focuses again on vacancies and the impacts to the workload. This report was provided to all of your represented labor groups. They all thanked us for the information and the data. They all felt it was very informative, and as far as I know, no one's here to speak on behalf of it this evening. But so the idea is to report, identify, and recognize vacancies in your bargaining groups. If any particular bargaining groups exceed 20%, there's an added level of review, and they're afforded the opportunity to come to council and present. I was asked by one council member, what's the penalty if we don't do this? Penalty could be a PERB violation. It's the Public Employment Relations Board. They modified the government code section as it relates to the MMBA, the Myers-Milius-Brown Act. So in the event that one of our labor groups was upset that we didn't do this, they could file a PERB violation. It's too new. Nobody really knows what would happen to you other than them telling you to make sure you did it. Because I did ask one of the attorneys that today, what happens if you don't do it? And it's very ambiguous on what you have to present and what you don't. So I'm part of a Cal Cities group, and we've all shared some staff reports and done some things, and everybody's tried to kind of get on the same page. The data, the time frame, we've never done this before. So the first look at this, I gave you a full almost 18, actually about 16 months, I guess. I gave you 2024 to current data just to be as transparent as possible. So per labor group, your police officers have a 4% vacancy, police management 0, SEIU is about 8%. You do get into your uninterrupted, I did call those out, but I still wanted to give you that data. Your part-time temporary police cadets are sitting at 75% vacancy. The last 2 or 3 cadets that have come through the program have moved into full-time CSO positions. So they continue to just come in from the explorer level, go to the cadet level, become a full-time CSO, and even some of them have become police officers. So our efforts are always ongoing to evaluate that. You have your executive contracts that are sitting at two vacancies in that group, and mostly, I mean, we added 2 executive positions mid-year. About November, we added the community development director back to the budget and the economic development director. One of your next items this evening is to introduce Mr. Jones to you, asking you to help me fill that position. And then your manager professional technical is sitting at 7%. So overall, the city has about a 9% vacancy rate. I've listed the individuals' positions, just so you're aware. Something else we've looked at, and we looked at this annually, I think it came up during the budget workshop. We talked about employee separations. You guys asked me what my turnover rate was. I said I thought traditionally we sat about 9%. I double-checked my numbers on our 3-year average is 9.33. So it's, you know, gone up and down in various years. But I've listed all of those by breakdown. Given you some ideas on some retention strategies that we work towards and the amount of applications we've seen. Some of this data even surprised me and my staff. Obviously, we're committed to a resilient workforce and ensuring that the workload is balanced, obviously, by our budget workshop and asking for new positions this year. You can see that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions anybody has about the data. Otherwise, it's a receive and file according to the attorneys. Hold the public hearing and receive and file.
Mayor, I'll move to receive and file.
Can I check, let me check real quick on public comments?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Let me grab Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, just a quick question, Carrie, and thanks. I think it's kind of a neat idea. With the new positions that are being budgeted for the next fiscal year, does it put any of these labor union groups in jeopardy with the number of vacancies? And would that immediately go into effect as soon as we start the new budget year, if we've approved those positions?
So what I've committed to, the way I reported it this year, was my thought is next year I'll bring you back May to May data so that we can bring you back a full 12-month snapshot every year. So yes, it would impact it if I'm not able to fill those positions by the time I bring this report back to you next May. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
And then, so staff feels that once a year is sufficient then?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
I was just gonna say, I think it, for $662 fiscal impact, I think it's a good buy. I think we did a lot of good information, and it helps us go back and dig up some of that info, so I appreciate it.
Just staff time to run reports and
Yeah.
put it together into a report.
Appreciate it.
We have a move to receive and file then.
I'll second.
And then we're going to close public hearing.
I'm sorry?
Close the
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll close the public hearing at 8 o'clock. Maybe I'll get the last one right.
Maybe.
That brings us to.
Wait, we
oh,
need
sorry.
we need a roll call.
Roll call, please.
I didn't hear a second.
I second it.
Martinez, Councilmember Martinez.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. Brings us to item 5, public hearing to amend Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 2.35, Financial Audit Committee. We have a staff report by Nicole Wheeler.
Good evening, council. This item is being presented at the request of City Council to amend the Financial and Audit Committee structure to include an alternate member position. Language has been added to allow that the alternate member count towards meeting quorum if needed, as well as authorize the committee to appoint this alternate member to an applicable vacant seat should there be a vacancy. And the attachments include the red lines and the ordinance for consideration. And I can help answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing at 8:02. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Now we'll close the public hearing at 8:02. Open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
I just was going to have a motion. Does anybody else?
Move
All right,
second.
I will move to waive the full first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 2.35, Financial and Audit Committee.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. It brings us to item is that I5?
6.
I6, my mistake, I6. Public hearing for Beaumont Municipal Code Amendment, Chapter 17.11.1 110, home occupations, case number Plan 2025-0164. The staff report by Nicole.
There's a typo on that. This is Miss Jill.
Me again.
Here you are.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Jillian Fountain, planning staff. Tonight, I'm bringing back this item for public hearing of the proposed updates to the city's home occupation ordinance. These updates are designed to ensure our regulations are clear, enforceable, and responsive to modern home business trends, including remote work and online commerce. On March 4th, 2025, staff brought forward a report outlining proposed amendments for discussion to the City Council. Staff, along with legal counsel, conducted a full review of Section 17.11.110 to ensure the language is aligned with current practices and community needs. On April 9th, 2025, the Planning Commission was presented with the proposed revisions for discussions and recommendations. The Commission provided comments and raised questions regarding Old Condition 10 for materials being stored outside, Old Condition 11 for the use of commercial vehicles to advertise their businesses, and Old Condition 16, which had verbiage regarding micro-enterprise kitchens. Staff worked with legal counsel to make revisions based on these questions and concerns. The revisions are shown on the red line document, attachment C, in your staff report. Key changes to include the removal of Condition 2, 8, and 9, as well as revisions to Old Condition 6, to include a total percentage that the home-based business can utilize on the property, no more than 20%. Old Condition 10, to include the ability for home-based businesses to utilize accessory structures on their property or rear yards for storage of materials used for the business, as long as it's not visible to the public. This provision can be enforced by Nuisance Civil Code 3480. Old Condition 11, to include that this condition does not apply to the use of advertising on commercial vehicles and must be in compliance with Section 10.12 of the City Code. Old Condition 15, to include that this condition does not, to clarify that accessory buildings or space outside of the principal building can be used for storage of materials and supplies, and storage or parking of vehicles must comply with the provisions of Section 10.12 of the City Code, or any other applicable provision related to the parking of commercial vehicles. Language has also been removed regarding micro-enterprise home kitchens, as legal counsel confirmed that these uses are authorized by state law and cities cannot require them to obtain local home occupation permits. And Section E. Language was added to Section E that allows homeowner associations to have their own discretions on home occupation permits. At this time, staff recommends that the city hold public hearing and waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending Chapter 17.11, General Development Standards, Section 17.11.110, Home Occupations of the Beaumont Municipal Code, and direct staff to prepare a notice of exemption to record with the Riverside County Recorder. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much. I will open the public hearing at 8:06. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I'll close public comment at 8:07 and open up for council discussion.
Mayor, I'll move the recommended action.
We got a couple down here.
Sorry, Councilor Finn.
I just want to say thanks to staff. From the information that I heard from the public and so forth, this addressed nearly everything, so I appreciate that. And then just for the public's sake, anytime the word in reference to there, when it makes reference to the civil code, that's the California Civil Code, and anything that was with City of Beaumont, then it referenced the city. And so when so then we're defaulting to a higher authority on some of these items.
Yeah, which is the nuisance code.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the incorporation of the Planning Commission's suggestions. I thought that was really well done, and I appreciate them for catching those in the sections. My question is on section 13 for the cottage food operations. They still have to follow a selling permit if they're selling, and they still have to follow health code, and they get inspected by the
Yes.
county, so?
Yes, so that goes through the Riverside County Health Department. They would just come to us for the home occupation portion, which in that application process, we receive their permits from the county.
Oh, okay, great. All right, thanks.
Councilmember White?
That was for my
Okay. I'll second. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor LaLaura.
Yes. Are we good to keep moving? Yep. Brings us to action item J. J1, authorize employment contract with Community Development Director. Ms. Carrie Mendoza?
No, we are powering through.
Powering through. I appreciate that.
Talking about.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you, I have a employment contract with a Community Development Director. Mr. Stephen Jones is in the audience. I'll give him an opportunity to introduce himself in just a few minutes. Mr. Jones comes to us with over 25 years of experience in planning both cities and counties. He spent 10 years as a U.S. Marine Reserve, and we've negotiated the terms of the contract. City attorneys reviewed the contract as always. Fiscal impact is here. I'd like to invite him up, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have for us. Thank you, Stephen.
Your Honor, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for your service. We appreciate that as always. Sorry if I took your thunder.
Hey, I was just going to say, hoorah.
Can you give us a little bit of your background, just so
I
we get
can.
to know a little bit about you?
Absolutely. So,
Welcome to the city.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
That may have been premature, but
No, I know, right?
I'm just kidding.
With that, I'm done. Yeah, there's nothing
Really?
else.
You're on me too long.
So I come with 25 years of experience, as mentioned by Kari, and it started with the county. Actually, it started with Wildan as a consultant for several smaller cities, and where I met your good deputy city manager, Gustavo Rumo, and I worked for Pomona doing Section 8 inspections, and the city of Rancho Palos Verdes doing view restoration. So I got a pretty good breadth of knowledge of how different cities do different things in the planning field, and it helped to solidify my desire to serve the public. And so after Wildan, I worked for the County of Los Angeles for about 17 years. And for the most part, I did the subdivisions chair and the CTAC, which is the Significant Ecological Area Technical Advisory Committee. It's a mouthful, but it basically helped connect engineers and developers with the ecologists and biologists. So I was a tree-hugging, helpful planner to make sure projects got through. Big projects like Newhall and Centennial, which is about anywhere from 30 to 40,000 units in the county of Los Angeles, were permitted under my shepherding. From there, went to the county of Riverside, which brings me closer to home here. And so, well, hopefully home. And Riverside County worked with Development Services and was embedded in the planning and the public works and building section. So again, sort of a cross-section of how to get things done and making sure that staff was talking and making sure we're all on the same page for the most effective customer service and getting things done, making sure the residents were served well with that type of community development. And then smaller cities, Wildemar most recently, and just before that, the city of Bell Garden. So sounds like I did a lot of jumping, but over 25 years, that's a pretty solid base of what to do in different scenarios. And so I'm happy to be here and be of public service to you guys and then help enhance the quality of life here. I recognize the community and family environment that the staff has, at least. They hazed me a little, but I feel welcomed already. And so I thought I was going to have to run the 120-mile run that the police officers and yeah, but they said no. So I was saved there. Haven't ran for quite a while, a couple of months at least. So yeah, I think that it's going to be an honor to work with the staff here again in that community and family environment, which is important to me and my family. My wife's on board with me coming on, so that's always a plus as well.
That's the first step.
I brought the dog Peggy just because it was our Friday, and Peggy was also all paws up.
He brought Peggy to his interview.
Oh, I love it. Well, thank you for that. We are excited for this opportunity.
Councilmember White?
I just want to let you know you have an outstanding undergraduate alumni.
I caught that when I saw it.
Thank you.
I made sure to
Councilmember
highlight
Martinez?
that for you.
I guess so. I just want to say welcome, and it sounds like you're well-versed in CEQA and NEPA, so.
Absolutely.
That's going to help us quite a bit, so we appreciate that. So
Sounds
thank you.
good.
I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go for it?
I think it's all been said, but welcome. Glad to have you.
Pleasure to be here.
I was going to make a motion here.
All right, I'll move to approve the employment agreement with Stephen Jones for the Community Development Director and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement.
I'll second.
Have roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Congratulations.
Did you see Carrie cringe when you said Hayes?
Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Steve, officer or enlisted?
Enlisted.
All right, what rank? What rank?
Sergeant.
E5. All right.
You worked then.
You worked.
So I was an Army sergeant.
Oh, okay, nice. I was 60 in the middle.
Yep.
What was
114. Doing helicopter mechanic. Turn the wrenches.
Cool.
Back up. Step back. Okay. Get closer to you guys.
You want the screen down? You're good.
Microphone maybe. Or should we do? I got a beard now. So
No, it doesn't look the same. You don't want that.
You're just special forces now, right? Thank you.
Congratulations. Pictures today.
Yeah.
Start a new trend. He's gonna start a new trend around here.
Okay. Brings us to item J2, consideration of an exclusive right to negotiate agreement with Hops and Spokes Brewing Company for the redevelopment of 105 West 6th Street. Kurt?
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is approval of an exclusive negotiation agreement with Hops and Spokes. This has been in the works for several months, back late last year, November, December. The folks that operate Hops and Spokes in Yucaipa approached the city with a proposal to expand their business to this location. We've, over the last couple of months, been putting together this exclusive negotiation agreement for you to consider tonight. I'm pleased to have it before you tonight. We think at a staff level, this is a very key location that would really be a catalyst to getting some things going, additional things going in the downtown. The location is highly visible. It's a very handsome, somewhat historic-looking building, and this is an absolutely ideal type use to activate that site. So if you approve this tonight, it'll set in motion, it will direct staff and to finish the negotiations of a lease with this potential tenant. We would hope to conclude that by the end of this calendar year. We will also have to move forward with refining cost estimates and getting bids to actually improve the building. It has aged mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems and so forth. So to put it in a leasable state is going to take some time and money on behalf of us as a landlord. The tenant, as we move forward, would be responsible for their outfitting their fixtures and equipment and operational needs. So we will work closely with them over the next few months if you approve this tonight. Ideally, we would be in a position maybe by the middle part or or a little bit into the second half of 2026. They could conceivably be up and operating.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yeah, I would just like to say, as somebody who's been sitting on the Economic Development Committee for the last couple of years, it's nice to see a plan get put into fruition and see some of the fruits of the labor to come to fruition. So I am very excited for this. I think, as you said, it's a very handsome corner. I think it's an ideal location. I think that this type of venue is what the city has been looking for to really kind of include a community component of this. I don't know if you guys have been to Hops and Spokes in Yucaipa, but they definitely bring in a community feel as well. And I think that is definitely what we are striving for here in the city of Beaumont. And so I am very excited for this venture and this opportunity to come to fruition. So, and I appreciate staff and the hard work, and I see the applicants here as well. And I appreciate you guys as well for throwing your hat in there and being willing to take a chance on Beaumont. So that is my comments. If no further ado, then I will approve I would move to approve the recommended action.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. Well, excellent. It's exciting news.
This is exciting.
That brings us to item J3, authorization to issue a purchase order to the County of Riverside in an amount not to exceed $211,912.18 for the outfitting of a Smeel Type 1 pumper fire engine.
Mayor, I will recuse myself as previously stated.
Thank you very much, young lady. And this was the truck we had the opportunity to look at earlier on in the meeting.
Correct. So the truck is here. We do need to outfit it. Council previously created CAP project number 25-02 and programmed 1.7 million towards that project. The actual engine cost is 1.38 million and some change, leaving a balance to outfit the engine from that CIP project. The CAL FIRE and County presented an outfitting list, which is in your packet tonight, for a not to exceed amount of $211,912.18. And as I mentioned, that will be charged to the CIP project. And if council approves, a purchase order will be issued to the county in that dollar amount to outfit the engine. And with that, I'm available for any questions. We also have Deputy Chief Pemberton here and Battalion Chief Voigt in the audience if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Do we have any comments from council?
Mayor, I'll move to authorize the city manager to issue a purchase order for the County of Riverside in an amount not to exceed $211,912.18 for the outfitting of a Smeel Type 1 pumper fire engine allocated to capital improvement project number F2502.
Perfect.
I'll second.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes, I just want to make sure, thanks to the County of Riverside for making this possible. I appreciate that very much and the efforts that you guys have put forth.
Mayor, can we just clarify? I think we said Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Was from the mayor, not Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep. Mayor,
Correct.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You're programmed up.
Mayor Laura?
Yes, thank you very much. My fault. But thanks to the County of Riverside for their efforts and support. Did I get that? Yep. Okay. All right. Brings us to item J4 for Mayor Pro Tem Voigt. Item J4, direction on the preferred format of the 2025 Freedom Festival. Mr. Story.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to bring before you an item to discuss some of the possible changes and some options for our Freedom Festival. Historically, the city of Beaumont has celebrated our Freedom Festival on July 4th. Last year, it was convenient for us as it was on a Thursday, July 4th, and so we paired it with our Beaumont Nights, which was running during the summer at that time. The particular individual event on July 4th was our largest Beaumont Nights of the season. And we also added the drone show last year as well to accompany the fireworks. This year, we are proposing a couple of changes for some various reasons. In 2025, we were notified that our Pyro-Spectacular, who is the vendor who operates our show and provides the fireworks and all the stuff that gets shot off into the sky, that they are having a statewide shortage of certified pyrotechnic operators. And this was something that hasn't just affected the city of Beaumont, but has affected many communities in and around California. We started working with the Pyro-Spectacular earlier in the year to begin the contract negotiations and to begin all the process to having them perform our show. And then we were recently notified that they do not have an operator for us, and it didn't look like they were going to be able to find an operator for our July 4th show. We reached out to other firework vendors and different operators who conduct the shows, and we came across the same issue with them, that there's just not a lot of operators. I began to talk to some colleagues across various cities and in similar positions to see what was going on, just to make sure it wasn't just us. And I came across several cities, as listed in the staff report, that are under the same issues. They don't have operators for their show. Some of those cities have chosen to move their fireworks for their Freedom Festival or their 4th of July celebration to completely different days. City of Fontana will be celebrating it on June 28th, the weekend before, along with the city of Chino. Fountain Valley is pairing it with a previous scheduled event earlier in June, so they're just adding a firework element to that because Pyro-Spectacular, the same vendor that we would use, can provide operators on those days. There's also a large list of cities that just have chosen to move their 4th of July celebration to July 3rd. And Baldwin Park, Costa Mesa, Duarte, Hawaiian Gardens, just to list a few, are all doing their celebrations on July 3rd. So during this process, we found out what goes into becoming an operator. I thought, how hard could it be? Maybe I can get one of my staff to go through the training or something. That's not an option. It takes several years to actually be allowed and permitted to shoot off fireworks into the sky, which is probably a great thing. However, this shortage across our state is causing issues amongst us. And so what we wanted to do was to provide some options with you, for you to discuss and to give us some guidance. We have a couple of things that we want to consider for 2025 because there's a lot of extenuating circumstances going on right now when it comes to us celebrating our normal Freedom Festival here in the city of Beaumont. So we have some options listed out in our staff report. The first would be to just do away with a fireworks presentation altogether. That would mean that we would keep as advertised everything as is for Friday, July 4th in conjunction with Beaumont Nights, except it would only be a drone show following the Beaumont Nights celebration. And so that is what option one is for us. Option two is we have looked into staffing and the possibilities of doing a 2-night celebration. The first night would be July 3rd, and that would be a fireworks show only. The fireworks, as included in the map in your staff report, would be shot from the southern section of the Stewart Park. Stewart Park would obviously remain closed as it's under construction right now, but the fireworks would still be shot from that general area. The public seating would be from Palm Elementary, just to the south of the park, like it was last year. So option 2, that would happen on July 3rd, the fireworks, and then July 4th would be our Beaumont nights with our concerts and our 2 performers that are booked, and then we would follow that Beaumont nights celebration with a drone show in the same location as where we're going to be viewing the fireworks show the day before. So that would be option 2. We have taken into consideration the impact on staffing, and for our department, we would, for the July 3rd day, would probably shift some schedules as to not accrue any additional overtime, because we're already going to be doing some overtime for July 4th. We've spoken with PD and gotten some costs that we included in the staff report as well, because there would be some, obviously, additional officers assigned to that event if we chose to have a second day. We do have the capacity to staff a 2-day option if that was something that council directed us to do. But this is one of the things that we're in. We didn't want to just make this decision and all of a sudden you start seeing advertising either way without at least bringing it to council and providing an opportunity to talk about it and maybe get some feedback from constituents and some folks that you might be talking to about this. So with that, I can answer any questions, and yeah, I'll close it for now.
Thank you, Doug. Any comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I will open that up for council discussion. Councilmember White?
Is Banning having problems, or are they still going to do their fireworks, or do we know?
They do have theirs scheduled for the 4th. They're able to provide an operator. One of the things that pushes the limits of what an operator can do is the size of the show and the size of the shells and the height of what's shot. Our particular show that we have done is a larger show than other cities.
Did we have a contract with the?
Not for this year.
Why not?
Because they couldn't provide an operator for us.
When would you normally write a contract for this?
We started talking to them earlier this year in February.
But okay.
And they in those negotiations, they led us to believe like, hey, we're working on it. And we kept calling, and we tried to get the individual who was the operator for us last year, who came out of retirement, in order to do our show. He wasn't able to do that. And we finally got to the point where we said, hey, we have to know if you're going to be able to provide an operator. And once we pushed really hard, they said they cannot provide an operator.
Okay. Thank you. I'm in favor of option 1 at this point until I'm convinced otherwise. A single night event, just the drone show on Friday, no fireworks on Thursday.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, having attended last year's market, or the
Freedom Festival.
Beaumont Nights and the Freedom Festival, that was pretty cool to do the drone show afterwards, and saw the nice big crowd and so forth, so I like that. I do love fireworks, though. They're always cool. But I do have a question. Is there any way to start the negotiation now for 2026 and get that going?
It is all up to what the company is able to provide with operators, but we can start working on next year's. And perhaps they require a deposit, and so there might be an extra deposit in this fiscal year if we're going to be negotiating for next fiscal year, but I'm sure we can work something out with our finance department if we needed to put an extra deposit in.
Okay, and do we have any budget changes or anything like that to if we were to do the 2-night celebration?
It wouldn't affect our budget because all those items are currently budgeted. So we currently budgeted for this year to have a fireworks show, and we also currently budgeted to have Beaumont Nights and the drone show and the concerts and everything else. So it's currently in our budget. That's what if we added another deposit that needed to be done this year, I only have 25 in the budget for this year. So if I needed to do 26, I would need to move it to this budget year.
Okay, I'm still undecided at the moment, so I'll listen to the rest of the council members.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So first question is if we were not to have the show, fireworks show, what is the deposit that we have with the company now? I mean, is it default since they couldn't?
No, we wouldn't lose that money.
Okay, so we wouldn't, so we're not gonna be out anything if we
Correct.
cancel. So my concern is, and I love my fireworks, don't get me wrong, but my concern is that looking at our limit, I mean, we've got construction going on, you've got Palm being used a little bit for the district's construction project. I'm concerned of putting people on streets and starting to find just a place to go where you have random people everywhere. So that's a concern of mine if we go ahead with the fireworks show, not having a proper place. We have talked with the district though. Palm is still
Yes.
open, but just probably limited space because of that.
On the 3rd
construction.
and the 4th, correct.
Yeah. So, you know, I would be willing to think about if we didn't have fireworks this year, seeing again how everybody receives the drone show with the Beaumont Knights, and then if it was a positive reception from the public, then perhaps next year looking at a bigger drone show and putting our money into that and going in a different direction. It's just a thought, only because one, we're having issues now with trying to put people in the staging area. Then you have all the other concerns about the loudness and the veterans issues with the PTSD and the animals and stuff. So, you know, I don't want to be a party pooper, but it's just something to think about. I think times are changing a bit, so.
Times are certainly changing, and there are many municipalities and organizations that are moving to drone shows only. The Rose Bowl just announced that, that they're only going to be doing drone shows. They're not going to be doing the fireworks based on some historical events and things that have happened with fires and everything else in those areas and whatnot. And so it is something that many municipalities and boards and councils are having to deal with at this time.
So I would lean towards option one if we had, people thinking that way. But again, I'll listen to my colleagues.
Thank you. Couple questions. If we decided just to go, one of the concerns I have are just obviously the staff. You've said that they're available to do both nights. It just seems like it would be kind of a tough pull. But if we did just do the drone show on the 4th of July, I've got a lot of positive feedback on that. Would we be able to increase the size of that?
The size of the drone shows, the way they operate is they cannot perform those drone shows and those movements over any houses and over any streets or people. And so we're limited to the size of essentially the width of Stewart Park, so the area between Maple and Orange to operate the show. So we can maybe fit a few more drones, but it wouldn't be a significant amount. If we, if you look at other larger areas, maybe sports park, we could try to and have more animations. That's fine, but it would be okay.
Because that might be a nice trade-off. And then the final concern that I have is when you don't have fireworks, some people take it under their own idea to light off their own fireworks, and that's really going to create a lot of work for our police department. I know Chief Walters is really excited about doing that. So that would be my only concern of not doing fireworks, is that we'd probably have a lot more illegal fireworks, but I would be okay with just a drone show on the 4th. Expand
The time of the show, right? So last year, I believe, I want to say it was like 16 minutes. It was like a weird, odd time, like 16 minutes, 14 minutes, something along that. But maybe extend that time and get closer to a 20, 22-minute show.
Councilmember White?
That was my question, is expanding this one. And I think we should expand it like you just mentioned, Doug, which was time-wise. Because I think it needs to be where it's at if it's going to complement Beaumont Nights.
Yeah.
But I think if it was a longer show, maybe some of the extra money that we're saving from not doing the fireworks.
Sure. Absolutely.
Then we could advertise it as the longest drone show in the past or something like that. Sure.
Just make sure they charge their drones a little bit longer. Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
That's good, we should use that too. Okay, well, I think based off of what I'm hearing here, I will move to I will move to have the city council direct staff to host a one-night celebration on July 4th with the drone show foregoing the fireworks display for 2025.
Could I amend that to add the expansion of the time for the drone show?
Sure, yes.
With the addition of the expanded time.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Quick question. Doug, if that wasn't possible from the drone company, would that still, it would still carry though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right, yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Are we still good? Moving forward? All good? Yeah.
Mike, if you want to take a break.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can
can.
take a break.
I was able to sneak away.
Oh, okay. Let's take a 5-minute recess, please.
Get that target up.
Yeah. Mayor that killed the fireworks. Thanks. Are we already?
Yes, you can't get that hand response.
She double checked, so we're good. All right, and we are back. We'll go ahead and start with item J5, Stewart Park Phase 2 ORLP Grant Pre-Award Process Update. Mr. Story, you were still there.
I am still here. Thank you all for coming back. I just want to provide an update on some things that are happening with our Stewart Park Phase 2. This is for the funding and for the work that is still needed for the Phase 2 portion of this project. If you remember back in June of 2024, we came to council and we amended our CIP so that the council could allocate $3.1 million. This $3.1 million was a matching portion of a grant that we were applying for. The grant was called the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership. That grant is funded through the feds. It is a national and NPS grant, National Park Services grant. In order for us to receive that grant, we have to work through the state of California. So the state of California is who gathers all the recipients for the state, and then they put forth one application that goes to NPS. And so we partner with the state, and then we apply for this federal grant. We were successful in going through that process. We were one of 14 cities that was accepted by the state to move forward. We were notified of that in October of 2024. By the time of October 2024, we had already begun the Phase 1 construction of Stewart Park, and so we had already started with the construction process. When we were going through the application process for this grant with the state, we were very clear with them that we were applying for Phase 2 of Stewart Park, that all of the funding that we needed for Phase 1 was already in, and we had already begun the process to begin Phase 1. And so as we go through this process in the very beginning, we were clear on our intentions that this was a phased project. As part of this current process that we're in right now, we are in what is called the federal requirement stage of this process. And so for this particular grant, they provide you a 12-month window to conduct all of your federal requirements. And some of those federal requirements are NEPA. Some of those federal requirements are the Section 106, which is the cultural significant research that you have to do in contacting Native American tribes and allow them to see the project and go through the different Section 106 requirements. We had been moving through this process pretty smoothly, and then recently we received some notifications from the state, from the OGALS group, that they were wanting us to stop all work at Stewart Park until the rest of the NEPA process was complete. So when we received that correspondence from them, I initially reached out to our program staff up at the state, and I wanted to get some background information on what that means and if they were talking about the entire project or just the Phase 2 portion. What began to change in that initial conversation from the end of April and then moving into last week was that until the NEPA is completed, they are now changing their tune and saying that we are considering the work site or the project site as one complete area. And so originally, when we had submitted maps and we had submitted our APE for NEPA consideration and everything, we had carved out all of the Phase 2 areas. And so if you remember back into our discussions and our presentations on Stewart Park, most of the things on the north end of the park were the basin and the new restrooms, the splash pad. The center part of the park was the new playground. And then as you move to the southern portion of the park, there was the Phase 2 consisted of the amphitheater, consisted of the skate park, consisted of the large open field in the southern portion of the park, and then 2 pavilions and the basketball courts. So those are the items that we left due to funding into the Phase 2 section. And so when we applied, that was the boundaries and all the initial work that we had let them know what we were doing. That was the maps and timelines that we had provided to them. They came back and are now saying that Stewart Park is Stewart Park. There's no way that they will they want us to carve it out or to separate it. So they asked us to stop work when I inquired what that meant. They want us to stop work, and their initial estimate was for 180 days. And that was to allow for 2 90-day periods of review for the final part of the NEPA process. And that was as we send it up to SHPO, the historic preservation for the state, and then also once we submit the application to NPS, each of those organizations are requesting a 90-day period to review those items. When I pushed back further on could they guarantee that it was 180 days, they couldn't guarantee it, but that was the goal dates that they were trying to set for us. And so when we received that information, I talked to our city manager to update her on the change of course and the change of tune from the staff at the state, and I wanted to bring forth some different options and allow for some discussion in regards to the Stewart Park project. And so in the staff report, we broke down some different options on what we could do in this situation. Option 1 would be the pause all construction activity for that 180 days estimated time to allow the Section 106 and the NEPA environmental review process to be completed. The process for 106 and for NEPA is being conducted by our Placeworks, who is our consultant. They have just recently have submitted to us the final document that we are now going to receive. I think in here it says we were hoping to have that completed by May 14th, but they were able to get it to us a little bit sooner. So we have the final documentation and all the cultural work that needed to be done. In that document, there is no findings. There is no recommendations for any mediation or mitigation for the project. And there is, here, I'll read that so I have the quote exactly. They are saying that there is the potential for subsurface historic or prehistoric deposits is considered low, and no further cultural resources work is recommended at this time. So that's the the gist of the report that's now completed. And now we would be stepping into those review periods of that report. So that part is done, meaning that 180-day stopwatch would be able to start once we submit that document. Option 2 is to proceed at risk of grant forfeiture. So that would direct us to continue construction of Phase 1 improvements despite the pending federal environmental approvals. We would proceed with the understanding that this action may lead to them removing us from the ability to continue to apply and go through the process to receive that $3.1 million ORLP grant. Should that be revoked, we would need to proceed either with option 3 or 4, which we can go into right next, which would be how do we complete Phase 2 without having that additional $3.1 million that was coming from the grant. With option 3, we could revise the Phase 2 scope to fit the existing budget. If we moved into this option, we would withdraw from the grant process. We would continue with Phase 1 construction, and then we would proceed with figuring out which amenities from Phase 2 we can get with the existing $3.1 million, which is in the project account for Phase 2 right now. We can remove a couple of items or maybe push them into a Phase 3 option, but we could proceed with Phase 2 up to what's currently available at $3.1 million. And then if there was any funds left over from Phase 1, we could roll those over and maybe have a little bit more than the $3.1 million. or option 4, advance the full phase 2 scope and find additional ways to secure additional funding. So that would require us to take a look at either current projects that are of a lower priority and reallocate some of that money, or look at additional funding sources. So those were some of the options that we've laid out before you, and I'll pause for right now, and if there's any questions, I can get caught up with some of your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Story. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Doug, in option 1, I'm going to read this word for word. It says, "This option maintains full grant compliance." What are your thoughts and perhaps maybe opinion of them saying, hey, we called foul on you guys already and we're not going to follow through with that grant? Do you think that's a high probability?
I think in having the conversations, we have correspondence from the state that says, hey, City of Beaumont, congratulations, your project, Stewart Park Phase 2, is moving forward. We have timelines, and we have different things where we have specifically said that it's a phased project, correct? And so, for some reason, their tune is changing, and they're not seeing it as a possibility for it to be a phased project right now. And so, what we initially started this process with, and being honest with them and upfront, and then also taking into consideration the community and council wanting phase 1 to start and get rolling and all those things, we made that choice to continue to move on. What's caused it to change, I don't know. And I can't guarantee that if we push it through and then say, hey, this document, you can send it to SHPO, you can send it forward to whoever needs to review it. Our consultants and everyone that's worked on it has said there's no need for mitigation. I can't guarantee that they won't just pull the plug and say, nope.
And that grant award decision could be based on other factors beyond the report, the environmental report then, right? Or
sure.
Could they pull something off the shelf in a sense to say, hey, you...
Yeah. I mean, we're essentially at their mercy.
Because my knee-jerk reaction was, well, hey, wait 6 months for the 3.1, but if that doesn't come, then we're worse off.
Right, correct.
Okay, that's my question for now, Mr. Mayor.
And there could be something else, like you're saying, yeah, there could be another thing. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So when NEPA was done, NEPA is the entire Stewart Park, correct? NEPA doesn't look at sections.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And their opinion when it came out is the entire park. When it says no findings, blah, 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 that's everything.
Correct.
And the money that we requested in the grant for phase 2, none of that goes to phase 1. So it's almost like there's a wall there, and then everything over here is phase 2 grant money.
Yes, in our CIP, we divided those two projects, so it's a complete separate project number with the $3.1 million sitting in it just for phase 2.
Well, it doesn't seem sensible to withdraw ourselves. You know, to me, it would make more sense to continue like an option 2 of moving forward. Because the problem we have now is if we pause with 180 days, we've got some major problems with phase 1 now. Because you've got contractors, you've got quotes, and just because we say pause doesn't mean they're going to pause. We don't know what the contractors, schedule's like.
Sure.
So that's what I don't like. I think it makes more sense to keep going and risk losing, but giving us time to argue our point if it comes to that and getting all our ducks in a row, but also for staff to start looking at a 3 and 4 option of where we might need to adjust and reallocate from other projects to get this done. So like I said, we have a habit sometimes of starting, not our fault, things happen, but we have to finish something.
Yeah.
We have to finish something. So and then half a park was still not my biggest idea when we did the phasing, but I understand we had to, so it made sense at the time. But to foresee something like this coming up and then talk about a phase 3 even, I'm having issues with that. I think we should be able to look at the budget and move things around, and some of these other projects that are coming up may have to go on the back burner to get something done, especially at this magnitude, because this is one of our focal things that we've made clear that this is going to be a focal point for the city. So, that's my only comment, is that it doesn't seem to pull out ourselves if it comes to where they drop us, then, but we'll try to do everything we can for that not to happen, like you said, with all of the things we have. To me, someone screwed up somewhere over there and they're trying to cover themselves and they want us to drop out. And I don't think we're not going to go down like that, in my opinion. Make them push that, and we have time to talk to our legislative representatives to see if we can get some of that going.
Yeah, and I did include in the staff report so that you're aware of what next steps are. There's still some formal bid process that we have to do. When we did the formal bid process for phase 1, one of the bid alternatives was what the phase 2 costs would be. And at the time, that was helping us prepare this application to know how much to ask for. And so we still need to go through that process. And I think that there's a possibility that those bids will come in tighter. The range right now is from like 4 to 7 million. I think that range is going to be tighter this next time. Now that those bids are public and everyone knows what everyone else is bidding on from the first time around. And we're going to have an even cleaner number moving forward once we get to that part. So it might not be the 6.2 that we need to find. It might be a tighter number, but also with costs of everything else, it's hard to say.
I do have a quick question. I just thought, Mayor. So we had a policy that at least we started the policy that we were going to do NEPA before we did any new project. So why is the NEPA being done now, just barely finished, when we're already going through phase 1?
So we did the CEQA, everything for this project, got everything filed prior to phase 1 starting and any of that construction. For this particular grant, the NEPA process was built into your application process.
Yeah, but we usually do NEPA first. Well, that's our intention, is on a new project. Is this prior to that policy change?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I figured.
The timing is.
Because that was the
Yes.
whole reason we changed that, is to do NEPA and CEQA at the same time, so we don't run into this problem.
And the reason we pushed for this grant in the beginning was because this particular grant allowed for a NEPA process to be included in the application process. And so that was.
Gives us time to go.
That was one of the positive, lucrative factors in us going after this grant, because we knew that that was something that we could put into the application process.
Some wanted it done ahead of time.
There are some grants and some federal agencies that require NEPA to be done way prior to you even submitting an application. This particular grant is not one of those.
And that's our current policy, is to do NEPA and CEQA at the same time on future projects, correct? When possible. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember White?
Is there any requirements or time limits like there is with the Potrero money, that we have to spend that money within a certain period of time?
The money that we currently have?
The grant that we're talking about turning down?
Yes. If we are awarded this grant, there is a time frame that we have to be able to spend that grant, and I believe it's 36 months.
From when?
From when they award the thing. So that 36 months hasn't even started.
So I'm not in agreement with what I've heard so far, because here's my concern. One of our neighbors returned a $7 million grant. And when that happened, there was a lot of discussions, and I had some conversations with our CTC and their grant people. And they said that the risk you have there is that when you turn down a grant and return the grant, that often that agency or other agencies are hesitant to make another grant to you, because they understand that it may be better that it goes to someone else who hasn't, accepted a grant and returned it. I understand these have special conditions, but I think 3.1 million is a lot of money. And I think for the additional 3.1 million, I would be more in favor of option one and just pause and, move forward with the application process. You had indicated in your report that they are willing to work with us on that.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying
And
question?
oh, I'm sorry, go.
I was just going to say, we don't have the grant yet. We're still in
Correct.
the running for the
Correct.
grant.
We
still might
have
get
not
turned down.
been awarded the grant yet.
We don't have 3 years.
So we are at the part of our process is we are currently in.
There's
hold on
still
here.
15 others
Yeah.
with us.
So there is, we are in step 5, which is called post-selection federal requirement. That's where we are. That's where, like I said, we do all the NEPA 106 and everything gets done in that section. The next step for us is called funding agreement stage. And so that is when you go through all the agreements and you've signed everything. And then after that stage is grant award. So we're on step 5. 7 would be when we would receive if we were to receive the money, that's when we would get that money, and then our 3.1 million would turn into 6.2.
But I thought we weren't even picked yet. I thought we were still in the running with other cities. We have been picked.
We have been picked by the state.
To go to the federal level, though.
To go to the
So
federal
they still
level.
have to say, yes, Beaumont, you get it.
Correct.
We haven't even got that yet.
So
'cause
we
there's
have
other-
been selected from the 80 some odd cities in the state of California. We were one of the 14 to be accepted into their application. The states, the individual states, the 50 states are the only ones who can submit an application for this federal grant. So in order for a city to receive it, you have to be on a state application.
And how many are in the federal pool? How many other cities are waiting to be selected, and how many are available? Because it made it sound like we make it sound like we have it, but we're not even selected. We don't even know if we're going to get selected. So that was what I wanted to make sure we were clarified on, and that I want to make sure what I heard staff tell me is that we are not awarded the grant. We're still in the running for the grant, and there's still a possibility we may not be selected. If that's true, then that changes, because what Mr. White says is different, because if we are awarded and we just have to go through the steps, that's different than you haven't been selected. So that's what I need to know.
Mayor, may I quickly respond?
Sure.
I think my argument is even stronger at this point because the state is a lot less forgiving. And I think if we turn down the state's position of putting us in, and I apologize, but I thought when we heard about the grant, I thought we celebrated, we applauded, and we all knew we were getting the grant. I didn't know we were just in a bigger bucket of grants. So that's my bad. So I apologize, because I thought in a council meeting, we heard we got a grant, we all applauded, we were real excited. And now we just made another step, right? We didn't.
It was a major milestone, what we achieved. We were one of 14 cities picked by the state, and that's what we were celebrating as we made it past that big hurdle.
But we made.
And historically, those states, once they accept you into the application.
If I remember correctly, we were asked as a council, do we want to now look at phase 1 and phase 2 together? Am I misunderstanding this? At some point, we were moving forward with phase 1. Then we were told that, misunderstood, that we were getting the grant. Now we're in the running for the grant. But didn't we make a decision to combine the construction based on the information that we got regarding the being picked for the grant?
No, we were looking at the opportunity or the potential to have phase 2 start once phase 1 was completed. They were still tracking.
But we didn't at some point say, okay, we're going to treat, originally we were doing phase 1, waiting until we got the funding for phase 2. Then we learned, I thought, that we got the funding for phase 2, and we were asked then, do we want to move forward with phase 2 and phase 1 at the same time? Am I misunderstanding what happened? This particular grant is the state
The feds have the money.
No, I understand all of that.
And the state is the
I'm just-
one who.
All I'm asking you is not to not to repeat what you've told us about state and federal. I'm just asking you to confirm that I misunderstood the process, that number one, we didn't get the grant, and number two, we didn't make a decision on the idea that we thought we got the grant to do phase 1 and phase 2 together, and not to hold off on phase 2 until we got the money. And I apologize if I'll throw out a senior moment, because that's the way I understood that the whole process went. So I will back off, but I still think if the state picks us as one of 14 and then we say, sorry,
So we are awarded, we are on the state's application and their process. We have not technically gone through the entire state process to get the award, but we are awarded the contract. So when they back in March, when they chose our city, they're choosing us to be on their application to receive that money. So we will receive that money if we finish the process.
I know, but you are still telling me everything I know. So I'm just trying to get this agenda item moved forward. And so I don't need to hear that 3 or 4 times. I'm just, like I said, I made my comment, I made a mistake, and we'll go ahead and move forward.
Okay. So, Doug, holding a delay of 6 months, if we go with step 1 or option 1, have we talked to the contractor to see what the increase in cost will be? Because it's going to increase cost because we're delaying the contractor. He might have to leave the site and remobilize later. Do we know that?
I apologize, you're asking for the cost, what that would be?
Yes. Do we know?
I don't know that. There's a high likelihood that they would cancel their contract. We'd have to renegotiate the term of the break.
Okay. So, which is a good point. It kind of leads me to proceed with option 2. The only reason they say that is we're not telling the state that we don't want their grant. We're just moving forward as a separate project.
Correct.
And with the same direction that we had provided, which was move forward with phase 1, apply for the CEQA, do the NEPA for phase 2, and handle them as 2 separate projects. That's what you're saying to do in phase 2. Your recommendation is in phase 2. And then if the state denies our application, then the state denies our application, but we're not forfeiting anything, other than we're just proceeding forward with phase 1, separating phase 2, as we discussed. And if we move forward that way, I think we need to look at ways of potentially trying to save money if we don't get the grant. Is there a way to look at potentially having this same contractor, without violating any laws, bid and do phase 2 so they don't have to remobilize? No?
We need to rebid phase 2.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say? We need to what?
We need to bid phase 2.
Not rebid,
Sorry.
just bid phase 2.
Official
Correct,
bid,
correct. A bid phase 2.
But there would be a potential to rebid it while phase 1 is still under construction, and if the same contractor gets the bid for phase 2, then, I mean, it's been rebid, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Bid it off of the scope.
Towards the end of the phase 1, correct?
Okay. That's all I have right now.
And
Councilmember Finn? Oh,
And so we have been awarded the money. We have not executed the agreement. We have not executed the agreement. So we are getting. Do we have an award letter? No. We won't have an award letter until we finish the pre-selection period, and then there's an agreement at the end. So we're in the middle of being told, you have been awarded the process, you have to go through these 8 steps. We're on step 5. Step 8 is executing the agreement, receiving the award.
Mayor, can I ask that we pull this item?
sure.
Thank you.
May I ask why we're pulling the item?
Because I don't think council is being presented a full picture, and I would like to do that.
Thank you.
brings us to item J6, Public Works Agreement for the construction of Beaumont Avenue sidewalk repair improvements. Staff report by Dustin.
Okay. Make sure we're on. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The project that I'm presenting tonight is in response to previous direction provided by Council for completing the sidewalk repairs on Beaumont Avenue. In summary, staff would hire a contractor to construct the remaining sidewalk to match the existing sidewalk as an interim condition until future consideration by the downtown revitalization project. Staff was also instructed to fix ADA issues. As such, the scope of the project is to not only replace the approximately 500 feet of remaining sidewalk to be installed on the west side of Beaumont Avenue, but also includes grinding of existing sidewalks and joints and minor concrete elevation adjustments. City staff formally advertised the project for public bid on March 10th. On April 9th, the city received 3 bids, as provided in the staff report. After review from city staff, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder was determined to be Elazar General Engineering, Inc. with a bid of $191,168. City staff anticipate construction commencing in June with substantial completion by the end of July. And then the other important aspect is coordination with Beaumont Nights. The project specifications do require the contractor to coordinate with the schedule of the Beaumont Nights. No work on the project will occur after 1 p.m. on the days of the events, and all work areas will be cleaned and made safe for public access in advance of each event night. With that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Thank you. I'll open up for council comments. Councilmember Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, if there's no comments, I'll make a motion.
No, I do have.
Okay.
I just,
Councilmember White?
I'd need a second to look at something. So I don't know if anyone else had a question. If no one else had a question, I'll wing it. So please refresh the comment about Beaumont Nights and the timing.
Sure.
Can you just repeat that piece?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the sidewalks in question are occurring in the area where the Beaumont Night event is occurring, we built into the special conditions of the specification as part of the bid, instructions to the contractor as far as how to coordinate around those events. And it includes, making it safe and open for the public on the days of the event, no work occurring, not leaving any equipment or wet concrete or any other things that would impede the ability to have the Beaumont Nights.
So we're asking them to try and do their work and interfere with Beaumont Nights as little as possible,
Correct.
basically?
Correct, yeah.
And do we have a estimated time of how long it will take? I apologize, I'm sure it's in here, I just didn't see it.
Sure, yeah, it was in there. If we start right away, the soonest we'd probably start is first week of June, and we don't expect it to take longer than end of July to finish the work.
And then I saw in the part of the scope was the selection, not my favorite, of the stamp for the sidewalk. So is that something that we're going to be asked to do, or is that something that you guys are going to work with the contractor on the proper stamp?
Yeah.
Because, first of all, before you answer, I don't think we should choose the stamp, personally. I'm sure they disagree with me, but I've seen what happens when we try and come to an agreement on those kinds of You're designed? Okay. So anyways, yeah, I'm sorry.
We have provided the methods to reproduce at a professional level.
Okay.
The stamped concrete. You do have the opportunity to go to a normal broom finish concrete at this.
No, I'm okay with the stamp. I just don't want to make the decision. They do really well on the tiles, right? Tiles came out? Wait, we don't have the tiles. do we? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Councilmember Finn?
I was just going to move that we approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voight,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Brings us to item J7, briefing on future wastewater treatment plant solar generation project.
You turn it off. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, everyone, Mayor and council members. I'm here to present a briefing, so to speak, on plans and a preliminary layout for a solar project that we are recommending pursuing at the wastewater treatment plant. Just to give you a little bit of background, obviously, the very successful plant was completed in 2022. And there's some improvements that we'll be making, landscaping and other functional improvements, including a vector station. And we'll be coming out back to the council to, after we rebid it for award this year. So that's the first step. But after that, we've reserved some space on the site for a solar array, similar to what a lot of other water districts, sanitation districts have done to offset energy costs. That area is just next to the wastewater treatment plant, and the connection to the energy switchgear there is fairly straightforward. It's a project that has a fairly simple site, and if you see in the packet, there's about, if you look at it, 1,500 panels. The preliminary concept is to do 800 plus kilowatt system to size to what our needs are, continuous needs are, so that there would be no battery requirement. It would just we use all the power that we can generate in that site. What we're coming today is to seek some input and guidance, direction on strategies for project delivery. Obviously, I've said that the improvements project will proceed first, but then soon after that, we'd like to move forward with looking at saving energy, producing energy so that we can save SCE costs. The staff report covers most of this. If you have questions, more detailed questions, I'm here to answer as much as I can. And if you have other guidance, what we were planning to do is get some information, direction from you today, and then come back in a reasonable amount of time, let's say within a month or two, and with a more detailed plan. We want to get that other project on the street and executed first. But then as soon as that's, and we know for sure that there's budget for that, it's fine, then we want to turn our attention to this one much as soon as we can. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open it up for council comments. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you guys looking into solar. I think it's a good idea. I do have some questions. I don't know if this is for, if it's just a residential thing or not, but if we did solar, would we end up being on a net metering program that the power company offers? Because I know there's some legislation that's being pushed right through now that could totally change how much you get in rebates back and so forth.
Right.
Do we have to do that if we do that? And would it be like an on-grid system or an off-grid or both?
Very good questions. To simply put, we have a substantial power consumption at the plant. So all power would be used and used during the daytime. So there would be no need to even consider net metering.
Okay.
We would be doing an interconnection agreement for behind the meter, so to speak, power usage at the plant. And we have that interconnection agreement with SCE just to meet their CPUC guidelines. All right, separate from that,
it's not really a residential project. It would be ground mount arrays, so to speak, and at a fixed tilt, very easy to like maintain. And it's, if you've seen similar installations at other cities or in other water treatment plants, you'll know what I mean. It's a straightforward project. We also have a consultant on board that's already given us some guidance on the loading for the plant and understanding of where we would interconnect. But we wanted to come to you for direction before we, develop preliminary plans. And for example, do we go out to bid with an RFP, or should we go out and just solicit more information, see the interest from the community first? Because, the economics are kind of changing. So our suggestion, and we'll discuss it internally too, is to do an RFI first, and gather more input from the industry. And we believe the pricing could be better than what we've proposed in here. But we have a conservative estimate for the project in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. And then would we foresee the need of any battery backup system or anything like that? I know you said that it would be during the day, and so you'd just be cutting down the usage coming in from the power company.
That's another excellent question. As way of background, the wastewater treatment plant already has a battery system. Its purpose and use are for one building at the facility as a backup. And it may be transitioned to use for power savings too, but that whole, we're not relying on that battery, and we don't intend to make use of it for this project. Because again, we can use every amount, essentially every kilowatt of power that's generated during the day, we can use immediately at the plant. So the batteries are not, we're not dependent on use of batteries.
Okay, and the reason why I asked is in my research on it and even doing it for my home, batteries sometimes will double the cost, and so did we think it was going to be worthwhile to even pursue it? So I appreciate the explanation of how you plan to use the system, so that's nice and helpful.
If I may say one more thing, we're just trying to keep it simple because this is a straightforward project, and we're trying to avoid complicating it any more than necessary.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, just to clarify, so your authority today would be to continue to move forward, if approved, to find funding sources, like you'd mentioned, and then at some point you'll come back to us with this is what it's going to cost, or this is what the option that we have to decide if we're going to get ready to go further.
So let me clarify, the recommended action is to direct staff to move forward with pursuing a solar project and procure using bond refinancing dollars, which will be coming to you with the wastewater treatment plant bond refinancing on June 3rd, Jennifer, or June 17th. And if that, based on the market, if that isn't a viable financing option, then to look at traditional financing.
So that's what threw me, was the procure. So the procure means you're going to go forward and do it if it makes sense with the refinancing. But if it doesn't, you'll have to come back to us with a traditional type of financing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Waite?
I had another question, but you brought up something that I want to get back to if I remember. But are there any examples of cities in our area that are, water agencies that are using solar panels now to power their plants?
Yes, there are. I could say Ukaipa has a major project underway. There's Eastern Municipal Water District.
Okay, and you said,
there's...
You said you're being conservative on the costs. Are you also being conservative on the results? In other words, I think somewhere in here I saw 120,000 a year in savings was a number that we were looking at.
Yeah, the estimate, there's an NREL estimate as production. So that has a discount for various factors like weather and other conditions that might reduce solar production. It's all taken into account based on NOAA data. Yeah.
And you said these are ground mounted, so they're not parking lot structures?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a fairly inexpensive approach with individual posts or whatever the final installation method is, that would minimize cost.
Yeah,
long-term maximum.
I think, I appreciate you bringing this item to us because I think it's a good idea to move forward. And I think, saving 100,000 a year, probably more than that, would be worth doing this. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to direct staff to pursue a solar project as city-owned asset and to procure using bond refinancing dollars if available or through traditional financing.
Mayor, I need to jump in. I remember so you explained that the recommended action is to direct staff to pursue the project and to procure using bond refinancing dollars. Does that mean you don't need to come back to us and say, okay, here's the actual numbers and now we need your approval to purchase or to procure?
The actual numbers of the project or the bond refinancing?
What I'm saying is if we approve the recommended action here, do you not need to come back to us and say, okay, here's the actual numbers, please approve the project?
No, we would, because the dollar amount is going to be way over my signing limit.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we really don't need to give you direction to procure yet.
No, you're correct. It's to move forward with the
Okay.
process of procurement.
Yes, so
That's
I
what threw me.
would ask
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez to amend his.
Yeah, that's what threw me when I asked about the procurement. Okay, no problem. Yes, of course, then I'll modify my motion.
I'll
Oh.
second.
No, I was going to second.
All right, you second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. Brings us to item 8J, award general service agreement for InfoSend to provide utility billing, printing, and mailing services. Sunshine.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to talk about the InfoSend to provide billing and printing mailing services. As of right now, City of Beaumont mails out 24,000 sewer utility bills every other month. And to ensure efficiency and cost effectiveness, the city outsources printing and mailing services. InfoSend is our current service provider right now. We decided as a staff to issue an RFP to evaluate the service options. We did receive 6 vendor proposals, and after evaluation, we did find that InfoSend was selected as the preferred vendor. As a local in-state provider, InfoSend has consistently delivered reliable and efficient services to the city of Beaumont. I know one of the questions was about our billing changing. It would maintain the same as we're using the same vendor. At this time, we would like to recommend to authorize the city manager to execute a general services agreement with the vendor InfoSend. It would be a 3-year term with 2 one-year extensions, subject to council approval, and not to exceed $40,000 in 1 year with a 3% annual cost escalator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Benny, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I'll open it for council discussion or motion.
I will move to approve the recommended action and enter into the service agreement with InfoSend.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sunshine. Brings us to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's been a long council meeting, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible.
Thank you.
Still not even 10. So I have a brief update on a few state legislative items that may impact Beaumont. And that will be followed by 2 key warehouse bills that I will be discussing. First bill is AB 400, which is Police Canine Standards. This bill would require law enforcement agencies to update their canine police standards to meet the state post standards by 2027. For Beaumont, this means our PD may need to revise their policy and bills and could increase the cost training to PD. This is something that we're working with our consultant to monitor, as well as the interim police chief. AB 451 is firearm relinquishment for restraining orders. This bill requires law enforcement to adopt formal procedures for collecting firearms when restraining orders are issued. Our PD would need to be creating detailed policies, training staff, and possible coordination with the courts. And we're working with our consultant to check on the status of that. AB 247 is inmate firefighter pay. This bill would require incarcerated individuals who fight fires to be paid $19 per hour. Although it doesn't directly impact the city of Beaumont, it does impact CAL FIRE, which is one of our partners. AB 306, which was brought back to you previously, was a moratorium on new building codes. This building would block cities from adopting new housing-related building codes for the next 6 years. That would delay our zoning code update, which we're currently going through with staff, and would limit how we can respond to housing and safety issues. And the mayor did sign previously an opposition letter for AB 306. AB 1060 is legal fee transparency. This bill would require the city to give council members full unredacted attorney invoices and post legal spending summaries every 2 months. This could raise confidentiality concerns, especially during active litigations. Administrative costs are minor, but opposition would be in the best interest to protect legal information that could be exposed too early. SB 415 is a logistics planning update along with AB 735, and both of these bills are AB 98 cleanup bills for logistics. These bills would help clarify warehouse development rules and improve truck routes for planning, especially in the Inland Empire like City of Beaumont. We support this bill, but the Assembly is still working on clear guidance and definitions within those bills that would then help allow cities like Beaumont to help support the bill. And that concludes my presentation. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer those.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council at this time? Seeing none, sir, you are free to go. Thank you. Oh, you good? Oh, I thought I missed it again. Okay, brings us to item L, Economic Development Update.
We don't have any update tonight, Mayor.
Okay. City Treasurer Report. We'll have one here. City Clerk Report? No. City Attorney Report? City Manager Report?
Just a few reminders on some events tomorrow. Our very own Sergeant Lunt will be the guest speaker at Good Morning Beaumont Breakfast at Tuckwit. And we continue to have Beaumont Nights. It has been chilly. We're hoping for better weather in May. We have our Breeze In through Beaumont, May 17th, and our senior prom, May 23rd, and it's a night in Paris for our seniors. It is a free event, and there'll be DJ, dancing, appetizers, photo booth, cash bar, and the dress code is semi-formal. We are going to do a Memorial Day celebration on Monday, May 26th this year. We will be adding names to the military side of the Memorial Plaza out front, and then in October, we will be adding names to the public safety side. We were recently notified that one of our former employees, who was a fireman, fire specialist, Richard Horner, did pass away, and I had the pleasure of seeing him about 6 or 8 months ago, and he did ask when he eventually passed to be placed on that wall, and so we will make that happen for him and his family.
Do you know what time that's going to be at?
It'll be the second Saturday in October, and I don't think we have a time set for that.
And for the Memorial Day one, do we?
Oh, the Memorial Day, I don't have that time yet. Okay. And we are hosting the Cherry Festival Parade this year.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for City Manager. On the memorial for the wall, I've been asked by a couple of residents how they go about submitting names. What is the procedure for that?
There is, Julie, there's a link on our website, correct? Yeah. But they can contact either Julie or Doug at the Chapney Center,
And
or
this-
any one of us, and we'll make sure that we get the right information to them.
And how, because it's getting close, is it too late for this time? I'll have to wait for next time?
Have
or-
we closed the applications?
We did close the applications for the veteran side.
All right, I'll get back to the
So
residents.
Memorial Day is the veterans side.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that asked. They asked for a
Okay.
veteran. All right, thank you.
Can I have a quick question? Speaking along those lines, I've had a couple questions lately about the military signs. I see we've been putting up a couple new ones and replacing them. Is there an application process for that as well?
There is, and we're actually bringing an update to council on June 3rd to talk about the military banner program, because we want to morph it into something more.
Okay, very good. But there is an application
there
online?
is.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Future agenda items, item Q?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to describe this one. So I'll be specific to, there's an area outside of our development, the Stetson development, it is an environmental area that is, I think the city's required to protect it and maintain it as a, you know where I'm talking about? Yeah, on the other side of Deodore and Brookside. And as of even today, there were a number of kids out there on motorcycles with shovels building a motocross track. And so I'm trying not to make this a conflict because it's mine, but I would want to know how many of these areas are in the city and what we're doing to make sure that people aren't coming in and trespassing on these areas that we're supposed to maintain. So I'd like to discuss a solution for that. And I think the big question I have is if one of these kids breaks their neck or something on city property like that, I mean, I wonder if we're liable for that. I think putting up no trespassing signs, or this is an environmental area, stay out, whatever. But I've started hearing from neighbors that they think it's dangerous.
Do you want to report back on that at a future meeting?
I'm going to really sort of just leave that in your hands because I really don't want to make it a conflict. And it definitely is, a conflict of interest, and I'd recuse myself, I think, if I needed to with that if that came back.
Okay.
But I think we need to address it.
Citywide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to have the council discuss something. So I was approached by a council member from another non-neighboring city in Riverside County, and they have a resolution opposing the state of California interfering with the city's land use authority, and they're looking to gain some additional support from other cities. And so I've shared that resolution with staff and would like to bring that back to the council for a discussion.
Okay. All right, that brings us to item R, council reports.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you. Just short report. I attended the monthly Riverside Transit Agency Board meeting and our Transportation Now meeting. But what was neat about the Riverside Transit Agency Board meeting is they shared a mentorship program that they are doing with their coach drivers. And I thought it was very well articulated. It was a great program. And I've asked that we have a representative for that program come to our Transportation Now committee and share that to see if our local transit agencies could take advantage of that program. So that's all I have for tonight.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So it's been a while, but I attended the Second Street Extension ribbon cutting. It's been a while, but we haven't had a meeting since then. So that was good to see and well attended. That was Congressman Ruiz in attendance on that. Of course, we had our city budget workshop and the financial audit committee and the special meeting with the Cherry Festival. But I attended the SCAG conference. We elected our new regional officers and approved the budget and had the scholarship and sustainability awards and listened to the president's report about the year in review. And then for RCA, we talked about state and federal legislative update. We are starting something called the MSHCP 101 course. So every meeting, we're given a course on the plan and the history. So yesterday, we talked about the plan history when it was adopted. We have a strategic improvement plan that we're talking about and a board workshop that's being planned for us to start talking about how the plan's going to be impacted for the next 20 years. And then we had the Olson Canyon Reserve highlighted with the spadefoot toad and the red diamond rattlesnake. And three. The Coulter's poppy flower, which is the largest in California, grows up to 8 feet tall, and it's a humongous flower. But it was nice to see that these are growing here in the Riverside County and under the protection of the plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Wade?
Okay. So we played in the Symetra Tour, the Epson, I guess it's the Epson Tour with the LPGA Pro-Am. Mike and I and Doug. That's right. Doug's a 4 handicap. I don't think anyone knows that. So anyways, unfortunately, Banning beat us. Calamasa, I'm sorry. We were originally told Banning and Calamasa had tied, and they had both beaten us. So, but I got clarification on that. And then,
Thanks for rubbing that in.
What's that?
So thanks for rubbing that in.
And then I went on Wednesday, attended the LEAC, and watched Captain Fagan get a Lifetime Achievement Award, which was really exciting to watch. And I played in another golf tournament yesterday. And I got to tell you, our new deputy city manager earned my respect. He thought that the golf tournament was four hours. It was, he thought it was a 2-hour round, which anyone who plays golf knows a 2-hour round is not going to happen. He didn't realize how cold it was going to be, so he was dressed without a sweater, without a jacket. It was raining the entire time, and he's only played 5 times in his life, and he still stuck it out. So I really, he earned my respect for that. I'm sorry he's not here. I would thank him for being there. But then we also played with, I always get the ranks wrong, but Frederick Stewart, what's his rank now? Corporal. And also Jeremy Harrison. Thank you. And we had a great time. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yeah, I would like to thank the Legacy of Faith Tabernacle. They held a first responders breakfast. I swung by, it was pretty chilly, but it was nice to see some of the cops and the firefighters out there. And I wanted to extend a thanks to them for highlighting our first responders. Also would like to thank the grounds crew and all that they did for the Cherry Cup on the 26th and the 27th. The park looked excellent. It looked very, very good. The trees were all trimmed, and we have been to about 10 tournaments over the last couple months, and this was the best looking park that we have been to. So very proud moment for all of us. And I did not have to do bathroom duty this year, so that was a bonus. I manned the info tent, so it was very nice. I also wanted to highlight Beaumont Nights. We were there I think last week, and it was busy and excellent. The vendors are very happy with the turnout, so I think people are used to this timeframe on Thursdays. And as I walked around, they were all very thankful. In fact, my neighbor has the plant booth out there, and she hit a record of selling 30 plants in one night.
All right.
So that's very good for them. So thank you to all the marketing that is going on with that, as well as the teams that set up. It's really proving to continue to be a successful time for us. And then Lloyd and I, Councilmember White and I had the opportunity to meet with our partner Spanning on our 2x2 for animal control. So we would like to give you guys an update that we are pushing forward and working on collaboration there, and then looking to expand for a pass area. So we will be reaching out to Calamasa, Morongo, and the county to talk about collaboration with the 5 entities. So more to come on that.
Excellent. So your neighbor with the plant booth is, business is growing. You see? Oh, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Waited all night for that one.
It's been months since we've heard of Mike Lard.
You're welcome. Kind of went out on a limb with that one. It's not 10 o'clock yet, so we got time.
How long did it take you to plan those two?
It just comes.
She just planted the seed. Thank you.
My neighbor saw the fruits of her labor.
So I actually did the ribbon cutting as well, and actually that's about all I have to report. So with that, I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 9:54.
Well done. Those were good 3 right in a row. That's some stand-up.